Years ago, H.G. Wells visualized roads such as these in his science fiction fantasies. And today they're a reality.
You're listening to The Afternoon Commute with John Adams and Chris Kendall.
Welcome to The Afternoon Commute. It is Tuesday, June 30th, 2015. And I'm here with Chris Kendall. This is John Adams, as usual. And Chris just returned from vacation in San Diego. Chris, how you doing? Good to have you back.
I'm doing well, thanks, man, for asking. Yeah, it was good, enjoyable little diversion from the regular, standard programming. So yeah, it was good.
Cool. Well, while you're away, I did a couple of afternoon commutes on Fakeologist Radio for Tim over there, and he was gracious enough to let me promote Hoaxbusters over there. So we want to say thanks to Tim over at fakeologist.com. And also want to direct people over to K-Ham Radio, who she took time out to do an analysis of an interview we did with Alex Abaya, who wrote the book Soldiers of Reason, The Rand Corporation, and the Rise of the American Empire. And she's had some real interesting and insightful things to say, so I would recommend that people go check that out as well. Once again, the first guest to appear on the Afternoon Commute 2 times in a row, and we just enjoyed this conversation so much, is Jay Dyer from jaysanalysis.com. We asked him to come on, and he was great, and we are grateful for having him on here. Jay, how's it going today?
Excellent. How are you guys?
Very good.
Doing well. Why don't we get right into it? Now, I want to direct people over to your website, Jay. You wrote a really good article on the Frankfurt School. I think you posted it yesterday at some time.
Uh-huh.
And I thought that was really good. It was interesting because I was recently on some calls and I was actually talking about Theodore Adorno, so I had to go reassociate myself with a lot of his, for lack of a better word, convoluted work.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you did a good analysis of their. We'll just comment on that real quickly before we get into some other topics. But I wanted to say that after reading a lot of Frankfurt School material, I just come to the conclusion, because they don't even really have any conclusions with their particular philosophy. It seemed like one of their main goals was to take down scientific positivism,
mm-hmm.
and to discredit that, which it is easily discredited, and I think they do a good job of it as well. And they do say a lot of things that I do agree with. I would agree with a lot of the things that they talk about in the essay by Horkheimer and Adorno, the culture industry.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But at the same time, I think that they kind of were meant to foment revolutionary activity in the 1960s. I know that, we'll take, for instance, Naomi Jaffe, who was a member of the Weather Underground. She was actually a protege of Herbert Marcuse at Brandeis University. And Marcuse, I mean, just the fact that he taught at Columbia, Horkheimer taught at University of Chicago, Adorno's, basically sipping margaritas with Thomas Mann in Hollywood, working for the OSS. This isn't the life of a Marxist philosopher.
Right, and that's because, as we all know, they were working with the Western establishment, the Macy Group, Bertrand Russell, the CIA, the OSS, Rockefeller Foundation. All of these groups were involved in trying to get the insight of these critical theorists on how supposedly the Nazi Party worked and how to take down, supposedly to take down the Nazis of following World War II, or around that time, excuse me, because the OSS brought the Frankfurt School people over in much the same way as they brought over various paperclip types. So there's kind of a spreading out of both the Nazis and the Marxists and the Soviets, and following World War II. So, I had several classes in my undergrad and grad school that dealt with Marxism and critical theory, and so that paper was actually a piece I wrote about 10 years ago. It was actually a college paper, and I thought it still held up fairly well. And in that class, we dealt with mainly the work, Dialectic of Enlightenment, which, as you said, very, very well criticizes the Enlightenment mythos. And so we can see in that work kind of a transition into more of what my professor in my undergrad called the Nietzschean turn, where Horkheimer and Adorno realized that the liberalism and the Marxism, in terms of its glorious promises, following World War II, everyone was sort of left distraught with any kind of optimism. So that the loss of optimism in a cultural sense set in following, all the destruction and deaths as a result of these wars. So, as you say, they don't really take on some great project or position of anything other than really just taking things down. And so, although I would not agree with everything that Jonathan Bowden posits, he has an excellent lecture on YouTube covering the Frankfurt School theorists, and he points out that there's kind of a mirrored effect between the turn that Lenin took towards eventually coming to despise the proletariat because they were too stupid to figure out all of the fancy neologisms of the Marxist ramblings and rantings and intellectuals, that he eventually came to despise them. So he almost wanted to stamp them out more than the bourgeoisie. And this is a similar attitude with the Frankfurt School guys, except they don't necessarily want mass death and stamping out by the iron boot of the political military state right away. Rather, they just kind of took a I guess what we could just say is almost kind of a aesthetic terrorism approach of people like Adorno talking about, the collapse of social order and aesthetics into what he called pansexualism.
Well, do you think that, this is what I think. I think that these guys were kind of put out there to disrupt Western culture, and
absolutely,
a lot of this analysis, I've got a book I've actually got in the car here. It's by Tom Bottomore, the Frankfurt School key sociologist. Probably some little Cliff Notes book that you get at school. And a lot of the critique around the Frankfurt School is, going over how their philosophy doesn't match up, doesn't hold weight against other philosophies. And I just kind of see it as they didn't need it, the Frankfurt School and the philosophy that it brought to the Western world was a means to an end that didn't need an end, because the utopias of the world, the revolutionary utopias and the hippie thing that played itself out, and the fake revolutionary stuff like the Weather Underground, there was not going to be an end to any of that. It was just a time period that we were all moved through in a wave of time. And a lot of this philosophy, which, like I said, it incorporates a lot of great things and that point out things that are wrong with Western culture, alleged Western culture. I would just call it corporate, capitalist, monopolistic, globalist culture. And it points out all those great things just for the sole purpose of getting people to rebel and to want to overthrow that culture. And that's it. That's the only reason for it.
Yeah. And again, this goes back to Columbia University, where Bill Donovan put Newman in charge of research and analysis branch of the OSS to study the Nazi situation in Europe, and then Neumann was joined by Marcuse and the legal scholar Otto Horkheimer, his colleagues in the Left-Wing Institute for Social Research, which had been founded in Frankfurt in 1923. So this is from Foreign Affairs magazine itself, discussing the Marxists who explained Nazis to Washington. So this article is all about that, based on a guy's book, Schurman. So, yeah, and what happened is, as you pointed out, once there weren't really Nazis as a dominant factor in control or as any kind of threat in Europe, what happened was the theory was sort of turned on its head that this could actually be very beneficial for ultimately, I think, culture destruction. So I don't think the Frankfurt School so much had influence in economics or anything like that. Is mainly they just kind of, culture jammed, I guess you could say, with
right.
the principles of destructive aesthetics, ugly art, Bauhaus, CIA aided.
Schoenberg.
Say what?
Schoenberg. I said promoting Schoenberg and John Cage.
And who was Warhol as well.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. You know what's funny about this book I just mentioned, The Frankfurt School by Tom Bottomore? The publisher is called Tavistock Publications.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tavistock is right there with, all these other entities involved in this, just like MKUltra. Tavistock was involved in some of those programs in the UK, as well as J.P. Morgan, Gordon Wasson, all these same characters together with the CIA. The Macy Group put up money for all that. So, absolutely.
Chris, you want to bring up any topics? You can move on from this one.
I was reading Jay's article on his blog about the film called The Kingsman, The Secret Service.
Ah, yes.
And so I watched that movie just before the call here, and it prompted me to watch it after reading that article. And yeah, it's full of a lot of interesting stuff. It
really is.
Yeah, for the type of movie that it is, it's sort of a comic booky, kind of over the top, kind of one of those types of films. But yeah, it does have a lot of stuff that's kind of in line with the agenda. And one of the things was notable about it is that it has a scene in it, which is probably I don't really like watching the really over-the-top violent stuff, so I kind of I diverted my eyes away from the scene of the church where, so this mass slaughter in this church that was supposedly in Kentucky, and this is part of the film, and then and how that it is, this film released months before this so-called Charleston shooting, of course.
Exactly.
And yeah, you did this. You did your analysis of this in February, right before the Charleston shooting and all that. And you mentioned that in your interview on Red Ice that you had a feeling that there would be something that would maybe spin out of this film as far as something
very
along
possibly.
that lines, right?
Very possibly, yeah. Looking back at the analysis, I said it's not random chance that this was included in the Kingsman script. The plot gets even nuttier. Intent on testing out his VLF manipulation technology, Valentine, who is played by Samuel L. Jackson, is sort of the billionaire Agenda 21 type guy, chooses a backwoods Kentucky racist church to have, having led Galahad, played by Colin Firth, who's sort of the MI6 head of operations, if you will. Having led him there, the frequency manipulation results in Galahad assassinating all the church members in a bloody festival, a gore that hints at mass ritual murder. while Galahad did not intend to do this, the frequency manipulation resulted in his programming triggering, framing him for mass murder. This is also why there are many scenes prior to this with monarch butterfly symbology. Indeed, Crowley himself called for his Templars to put an end to Christianity and replacing it with a new aeon of Crowleyanity. I kind of wish that I had been more explicit in saying, we can probably expect some kind of killing along these lines, and certainly that not everything matches up in this case, because this is in Kentucky and is a white church. Well, I guess it's a racially mixed church that Colin Firth is mind controlled into shooting up, but it does, I think, bear mentioning, at least as still ranking as a curious parallel.
Yeah, now that you say that, what stood out to me when I watched the film, and that's why I wanted to watch it, to kind of see what context that the church shooting was, how it played out in this film. And what I noticed, you have the same basic scenario, right? So, somebody, a shooting taking place inside of a church during church service, and that kind of where the similarities kind of seemingly drop off after that point. But I noticed that it almost was like to the T, the inverse of what supposedly played out in real life, whereas, right, you had the racist guy shooting up at black church, and supposedly motivated by racist ideology. And in the film, it's sort of the inverse, where the shooter, he's just engaged in a conversation with one of the church members, and then he's kind of like, whether or not that was kind of his actual mindset, he kind of maybe jokingly or in his statement puts himself in the position of being something that would be typical of a left-winger, or somebody that's like a progressive type thinking, where it's, his position was, you remember the line where he says what he says to the woman before the whole mind control stuff kicks off, and then he ends up killing everybody in the church? He says something to the effect of, I'm here because where he had to excuse himself because his gay lover is something to do, and he's a Jew, and he's a this and that and the other thing, and he was just saying stuff to prod and goad this woman. Yeah. But that's why what I'm getting at, as far as like in the plot line of the film, it's almost like the inverse, where this killing, or this sort of visceral or like vicarious action against these, because that's why I say vicarious, is like you're watching this through the film, and you're kind of engaging in the act as you're observing it, and I'm trying to communicate how you're being, or the viewer is being kind of asked to participate in what you're watching. So it stood out as being this really divide and conquer kind of dialectic going on, with the on one hand you have the same similar event supposedly playing out in real life, but being from the opposite of the spectrum as far as the politics and stuff would go. But in the film, it's sort of the opposite, and how those two things could, if you were to see the film and then become aware later that this so-called true event happened, how that I could see how it is just totally manipulative, as far as all the buttons being pushed at the same time, where it is. Well, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to get at, but I think you get my point.
Yeah, I think the most spectacular aspect of this film was not so much the esoteric stuff that I think was pretty heavy in the film, with the hints of Templarism and the Arthurian circle round table, with Eggsy, the main character, being recruited into this group of Cambridge, Oxford elite. And he's low class, so he's out of place. But he ends up fitting in well, passes all his PSYOPs tests and so forth. And the plot ultimately revolves around the head of MI6 actually sort of being corrupt, played by Michael Caine, roughly speaking. And what the overall narrative is, without giving too much away for those that haven't seen it, is ultimately about frequency manipulation. And so Valentine, the Samuel L. Jackson villain character, is doing this through satellites and various energy weapon technology. And so he's using people's cell phones to put out a signal that sort of makes them go nuts. And I thought it was very fascinating that, you know, there are plenty of examples of this kind of stuff in PSYOPs documents from Aquino's older works, PSYOP to Mind War, as well as other works like The Mind Has No Firewall. These are very real possibilities. Now, that does not mean that I necessarily am saying that every single Wi-Fi connection or every single cell phone is causing you literally to necessarily be brainwashed in some sort of programmed assassin. That's not really the case. But there's a general principle here that is true, and the more advanced versions of these things, in my opinion, probably are able to do some pretty wild things. You know, Brzezinski wrote about this years ago. That,
Between Two Ages, right?
Correct.
Yeah, you mentioned
correct.
that in
And you know, ultimately the plot is just mass depopulation. So all the billionaires and oligarchs have a Noah's Ark type plan where they're going to get away in some sort of moonraker type scenario, and they're going to let everybody die. And of course, that ultimately isn't the real story, because Valentine has microchipped all of the elite to control them. So anytime any of the other elite go against Valentine, he has a button he can push and blow their heads up through the explosive microchip that they have implanted in them. So very, very much, you know, a conspiracy-packed film, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, it was loaded with stuff. Oh, go ahead, John.
I had a quick question. Now, Chris and I have discussed this on other calls, and we were discussing this earlier about the shooting in Charleston. Now, first of all, I can't, as long as I've been looking into this type of stuff, and I used to think that when they pull these things off, that they would use MKUltra assassins. Now I no longer I can't ever see that being a possibility. It doesn't make any sense to me after rethinking it out, especially knowing that, like, books like, you know, John Marx's The Search for the Manchurian Candidate and what's the other guy's name? Walter Bowert, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Operation Mind Control, which I actually own a very rare copy of. But those books were actually put out as kind of rabbit trail books.
I do agree. Jan Irvin has made that point, and I think he's correct in that, because, you know, most of these, Victor Marchetti, if you've read his book on the CIA, I mean, there's pretty clear evidence that as a former CIA person, he's not going to be able to, you know, publish whatever he wants. So any of the people who are former CIA, you know, I've got a shelf of former CIA books, and almost all of them have blacked out sections, even in what they're allowed to publish, which is, you know, kind of a little bit of a joke itself.
Even the MKUltra experiments themselves, you know, when you look at some of the paperwork on it, it's not really conclusive that they could actually make a mind control soldier that doesn't actually turn into a basket case, right? They cannot produce a Jason Bourne. That doesn't happen. These guys are mostly, and then also, if you look at the supposed instances where these alleged mass shootings or even the events like allegedly Timothy McVeigh was some sort of mind control guy. Why would you need a second shooter? You see what I'm saying? It's like if you've got this mind control assassin who's this, he's this mind control shooter, a soldier. He's the perfect machine. He's going to go out and he's going to, he's got an incredible kill rate. That's the other thing Chris and I talk about. I don't know if you shoot guns, Jay, but it's really hard for a shooter who's been shooting for a long time to hit a moving target.
Yes, I do. I do own a gun, and I've shot it many times, and so I totally understand the difficulty, especially with a handgun. Handguns are not easy for target practice. So, absolutely. And I am of the opinion that I think probably back in the 40s and 50s, they were able to create spies with alternate personalities, at least if the testimonies of people like Estabrooks and Delgado are accurate. Now those could be made up. I guess that's possible. But my suspicion would be that in terms of the mind control, I think they've probably gone a lot more sophisticated than that. I mean, we read articles about DARPA having the ability to basically erase memories and utilize brain implants and different technologies that can replace memories even. So I think they're probably way beyond any of that 50s Manchurian Candidate style stuff. In my opinion, that's the old technology. And so I would agree with you that probably what's the simplest means is just to find a patsy, have him in the right place at the right time, and under the guise of the omnipresent drill, run these kinds of operations.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because the patsy, in these alleged instances, he's always he's never the one who even does the shooting, even in the official alternative media conspiracy theory. It's like, take Sirhan. In the alternative media conspiracy theory, the Bobby Kennedy's bodyguard is the one who shot him. Sirhan is shooting blanks or shooting into the ceiling or something. So it's like, wait a minute, I thought Sirhan was put under mind control so he could be the killer assassin. Instead, he's just put under the mind control to have a brain full of mush, so he's there to take the blame for it.
Yeah, it's also possible that there could be backup. I mean, there could be Plan B, Plan C situations in case something goes wrong. I mean, if you did use a mind control person or a person coaxed, led, entrapped into doing something along these lines, we know many of them are low IQ, very suggestible individuals. So it's possible that if they are on some kind of psychotropic drug, the possibility of them screwing it up is there. So maybe there's backup for Plan B situations. But I would suppose that any of these scenarios are possible. But of course, I think they're going to go with whichever the most rational, likely to be successful scenario is.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. And Chris, maybe you want to take this one because we were just discussing this. That especially with the especially like take Sandy Hook for instance. I never saw any dead kids. Never even saw any evidence of anything at all even really happening there. I guess you could technically say you can't say a crime was committed when nothing even happened.
And it's just like the ISIS videos. We have no bodies. We have no coroner certifications, at least that I'm aware of. I've never seen this. And so I think it's just like the ISIS videos. They can easily fake these things.
Okay, Chris, you want to talk about what we were talking about earlier?
Well, we were talking about if you want to look at statistics, and try to come up with a scenario where you're going to have a mind control patsy maybe, or somebody, or maybe even a black ops person or something like that, or as a secondary or something like that. I think you would have a situation there where you have a lot of potential points of failure. You have the possibility, and John brought up an example earlier about I think a different church shooting, right, John, where there just happened to be an off-duty police officer there that was armed, and that was brought to an end pretty quickly, and or even somebody just like I gave the example, maybe somebody pulls a fire extinguisher off the wall and hits them with the extinguisher and stops the action right there, and then there's this plan to get some kind of a segment of the agenda pushed, and it's going to be hinged on a particular staged event, and then it's being set up in such a way so that there is at least some potential there for it to go awry. I mean, just if it is like we're expected to believe, where you have an actual shopping center, an actual church or something, where you have just random members of the population in any given community sort of gathering, and then enters the MKUltra patsy to get a high body count. And then there's the whole thing too with, and I've talked about this before on previous calls, it's that if you're a gunshot victim, like generally speaking, your odds of surviving a gunshot is something on the order of 80 to 95%. So the idea that you see all these different high-profile shootings, and then they're always accompanied with this fairly high body count. Like this recent one's like 9 people dead, and then the previous one of that, or like Sandy Hook, it's 20, and then like at Virginia Tech there's over 30 people, and on and on, and but from a purely statistical standpoint of what is the likelihood that any kind of random shooting like that would generate those high body counts, and I think that the probability is very low. I think even with somebody who's more maybe an expert shooter or something like that, I think something like that, it would be very difficult to pull off. Yeah. And have the results that they want. And
think about Breivik. I mean, forget how many dozens of people he was supposedly running around, and just one guy like sniping all of these running. I mean, it was. I suppose that's possible, but there's something.
I think I'd say it's impossible. I'm telling you right now, you got moving targets all over the place, and this guy's the scenario that they're painting. Once again, nobody saw any of this. I mean, nobody saw any dead bodies. Nobody saw anything come out of that. The scenario that they paint is like a movie. This guy's just spraying a machine gun, killing everybody that he points it at.
Yeah, he's like Tony Montana, right? And he's just he's hitting everybody who's coming in the door.
Yeah, stacking up bodies like cordwood. Just shooting everything he hits is a kill.
You want a piece of me? Say hello to my little friend.
The impressions are coming out now.
Yeah, well, I was Googling Tony Montana pictures earlier because I wanted a good picture for my Bank for International Settlements article, and I thought, well, I could pick some banker or some image of monopoly money, but I mean that's been used a million times. I was thinking actually Tony Montana would be better because the bankers are really just the drug lords of yesteryear.
You could do a split picture since it's big oil, big banks. You could show a picture of Tony Montana and Larry Hagman.
Well, that was actually an article I wrote 3 years ago, which I thought kind of shed a little light on the current situation with Greece and the troika of the IMF and all that. And hopefully I've become a little more sophisticated since 3 years ago. I've read quite a bit since then, but I did have kind of a maybe more buying into the imminent collapse scenario about 3 years ago, because that was pushed so heavy in alternative media. But becoming a little, I guess, hopefully a little more sophisticated in understanding things.
We've all been there, Jay.
Right.
We've all been.
But this is a new piece that is specifically about the history of the BIS and how that really, after the World War II with Bretton Woods and all that, really set up the international monetary structure as it is today. So that's what took us into this present situation where the Atlantis establishment pretty much has the upper hand globally.
Yep.
Yeah, BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, where they, international settlements, settling the war debts and that sort of thing is primarily what it was set up to do.
Which I found a lecture by a guy who works for, I think he's a reporter for The Economist, and he's got an hour lecture that I embedded in the article, where he actually gives the history of the BIS from their archives, according to him. And he admits that really was just a front. They were involved in restructuring and war reparations, but actually this was kind of a secretive CIA enclave. I mean, I understand that the BIS was set up before the CIA existed, but he mentions Thomas McKittrick working for Allen Dulles. So that's at least one of the CIA connections to the BIS, and of course one of the first heads of the BIS was himself a Nazi, one of the Nazi bankers.
Yeah,
so
it was a place they could money launder all the Nazi money.
Exactly.
And all of the money that was funneled through the Jesuits at the time as well too. And I believe there's a lot of Jesuit, Catholic Vatican bankers involved with that too. What's that guy's name? Paul. Wasn't there another guy, a Vatican banker? His name's slipping my mind. I read about that so long ago. I'm trying to think what they did.
You mean along with the Roberto Calvi stuff and all that?
Yeah, exactly. His name's Paul something. But anyways, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess this is old hat to everything. But what I wanted to highlight in the article was that a lot of people were putting hope in Syriza and Cyprus. I didn't put much hope in any of that, because if you looked at the platform that Cyprus had, it was all IMF based. It was all about turning back to the IMF and international socialist paradigms, which are just the old dialectic of what the bankers themselves love.
Well, it's interesting too. Yeah, you hear a lot of that, like, they need to separate from the EU and go. I mean, here's the thing. It's like you're saying, no matter what system you're in, you're screwed. But why doesn't anybody focus on, okay, how did the country, and I find a lot of this talk of the going into the getting out of the EU, or the going back into the drachma or whatever, kind of arbitrary. It doesn't even really matter. But why doesn't anybody talk about, hey, wait a minute, how did we get into this debt in the first place? Shouldn't we go arrest? Shouldn't we go arrest the guys who originally signed everybody in the country onto this?
No, it's always right. It's always framed as a Band-Aid policy to just get us through the next 2 years. Oh, we just need another bailout for two more years from the IMF, and all that does is just put up more of the country's assets, pensions, right, for collateral on these gambling mega banks, which is what they do. And you're exactly right. Nobody ever says let's put the tribunal together, haul these guys in for, rigging global markets and scamming everyone. That never happens. And if you watch that guy's lecture on the BIS, you can see why, because he says, when I went there, he said, I was under the strictest security, I was constantly supervised. I could only walk into the archives, had to be watched. They wouldn't let me go anywhere else. I had to, leave at a certain time, blah, blah, blah. And so, when you read the about page of the BIS, it says, BIS, the world's oldest international financial organization. BIS has 60 member banks representing the central banks of all countries around the world, that together makes up 95% of world GDP, head office in Basel, Switzerland. But we have 2 representative offices, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China and Mexico. Interesting, two places there, Mexico and Communist China. So the mission of the BIS is to serve the central banks in their pursuit of stability. Well, I guess there will be stability when everyone loses all their money, because there will only be one order, and we'll have the New World Order, and then they'll have the stability. But as long as there are competing forces of economic competition, we won't have stability.
Yeah, two things real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chris for a minute, because I'm going to have to exit for a quick second. But two things real quick. Mexico's where all the Germans are anyways.
Right.
And if you've ever been to Mexico, there are tons of Germans. And secondly, I can't remember what the second thing was, but I'm going to have to exit. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, okay. Were you talking about Paul Warburg earlier? That's what the name you're trying to think of? I guess he's gone. Paul Warburg, another German guy, incidentally, was instrumental in setting up the Federal Reserve, from what I understand.
Well, there's Paul Marcinkus, is probably who he's thinking of, who was at the Vatican Bank. He was a Vatican banker. Also right. A member of the clergy. And I think he mentioned Marcinkus last time we were talking. It was either he did or someone else I was in an interview with. But yeah, it's the same. It's just all cons and scams. I mean, I don't guess there's any need to rehearse all the stuff that you guys already know. But we hear people talking about, we're going to go into a global government. Bretton Woods kind of already restructured things to put us into an economic global government already.
Oh yeah. No, I think that I bring this up a lot, and I talk and I just try to define what the word civilization means. Mm-hmm. What exactly is it? And I think that's something that's like, it doesn't really seem to enter into the discussion of things too much, but I like to see it, it's kind of like, okay, the real big picture, the whole thing, taken in its entirety, and this thing that's defined as civilization, which is this, it's an umbrella that kind of covers so many different aspects of the all kinds of things we take for granted. So it's almost like this forest for the trees type situation where a lot of debate and a lot of discussion about what goes on within this thing called civilization, but never looking at the whole thing in its entirety, and then how that relates to this concept of a new world order, and what does that actually mean? Well, I've come to the conclusion myself that this thing called civilization is actually the world order, and the new world order is simply we have to go through this process of this dialectic in order to get to the next phase in the overall business plan. but you're not changing. No power or anything is going to change hands in the process.
Exactly, and that's really what the big social planners and technocrats write about. You know, the Alvin Toffler, the Brzezinski types, Arnold Toynbee, H.G. Wells, all these guys that have written these, you know, civilization analyses, you know, always kind of lean in that vein, that we're on the march of history, and history is going towards a certain path, and that path is, you know, Auguste Comte. It's the rational civil order. And I was thinking as well, when you read Brave New World, you don't really see banks or monetary elements there, which is interesting, because I don't really think in the technocratic state, in a sense, they'll even be necessary, because banks presuppose commerce, which is centered around individuals in some independent capacity exchanging goods and services, and that's not going on in the Brave New World, because you're under a completely controlled state, and really the only thing that's being exchanged is bodily fluids in the complete free sex and free love.
Right, and
of course you're sterilized, so you don't you reproduce. So in a sense, the revolutionaries, so to speak, are kind of right in that if everything goes according to the technocratic Royal Society plan, we won't really have banks, because they won't really be needed. I mean, once the tech grid is in a sense, Marx will have been vindicated. I'm not saying Marx is a good guy. I'm just saying he will, in a sense, be correct in his postulation of the withering away of the state. Now, I mean, it'll be a robot state, I guess, in a big smart city. But, you know, if they have their way, you won't really even need banks.
Yeah, I heard Alan Watt bring this up from time to time. He states that the objective, you know, probably not too far in the future. You know, what I gather from what he's saying is that you're not going to have money as we know it now. It'll be these credits, and you'll be allotted a certain amount, and if you don't use them, they cancel out.
Right.
So whatever
like it
you
goes
use,
away at the end of the month, right?
It goes away.
Like your Verizon minutes go away; they don't roll over. But or your data plan doesn't roll over, and actually, when it goes into the virtual currency, that's I think what it'll be. So those virtual currencies are kind of a preparation for that, cloud currencies now. But I think it's worth mentioning, you know, most people think, oh, the New World Order, the banks they're ruining us, they're taking over. That's true, but that's only for the now phase, because capitalism is set in their plans to go the way of the dinosaurs. So while I certainly ascribe to the view that monopolist capitalism is a dialectic with state communism, ultimately the deindustrialization of the West was about the getting rid of any local market communism, and that's why it's all about the big, you know, Walmarts and box stores taking over, so that there's not independent, you know, mom and pop type stores, because that's really the power of the economy is at the local level with the people, at least for the population. And so once everything is centralized and standardized through democratic process, and so here's an argument I make. I'll read this real quick and see what your opinion is on this. I argue that the leftist Democrat movements, color revolutions, blah blah blah, Syriza type groups, these are crucial to the furtherance of the plan, because democracy is premised on the lowest common denominator as a cult of conformity. Built within it are the seeds of its own self-consuming destruction, as the bar for universalist unity is continually lowered and mass-marketed based on the appeal to baser and baser appetite fulfillment of the utilitarian happiness principle that Huxley and Mill discussed. Of necessity, it must then politically force the false equalitarian conformism, it's based on universally, and that's what leaves the destruction in its path. And this is why the megabanks and their NGOs, their think tanks, the shell corporations, intelligence agencies, social engineers, planners, constantly foist endless color revolutions, terrorism, hashtag revolutions, social justice warriors, terrorist groups, blah, 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 because the wrecking ball power that these destabilizing entities have is tremendously advantageous to centralized banking interests that basically just want to consolidate national assets, economies, and pensions, as well as black markets.
Right, and then that's completely by design. That's not
right.
That is not some kind of unforeseen consequence of something that, you know, quote, goes wrong, unquote, or yeah, right.
Oops.
Yeah, it's but you hear that a lot. Like, oh yeah, it's you know, we were doing fine.
All those idiots in Washington. I hear it all the time. All
Yeah.
them idiots in Washington. Well, they don't know what they're doing. They're wrecking the whole way. Dummies in Washington. They're not. They're
Right, or
they're strategic planners.
Or the damn Jews got us with their pants down here, but prior to that, everything's was fine, and we had, you know, our good. It's like, come on, you know, it's like
The golden age, right? The immature view of history, that there was this golden age if we could just go back to Byzantium or something. Although, ironically, I had an argument with a guy today about that very point, where he was touting liberal democracy or something along those lines, and I said, well, ironically, the supposed liberal democracy that we live in now, you probably have more rights as a medieval serf, because you weren't subjected to constant psychological warfare, you weren't subjected to GMOs, you weren't subjected to medical tyranny, you weren't subjected to public education, you weren't subjected to financial terrorism, fiat money. Most likely, as a medieval serf, you lived a simple life. So I guess it just depends on what your definitions of freedom are. If your definition of freedom is the right to choose Coke or Pepsi, then I guess you're free.
Absolutely, yeah, and that is
it's a malleable term.
Yeah, it's just like democracy. What does that even mean? It's so flexible as a term. It's basically essentially meaningsless. It's like a lot of stuff that enters into political discussion is meaningless.
Yeah, it's all slogans. I mean, think about how ridiculous it is that driving down the road, there's a whole bunch of banners, signposts that just say a guy's name.
Yeah.
Vote Bob Smith. That in itself is mindless.
Totally mindless.
It doesn't tell you anything about what he stands for, the platform. It's pure advertising, right? So, like, if I just see that guy's name a zillion times, then he must be the right guy. So, that's the democratic process in toto, right there.
Or Andre the Giant has a posse. It's like, okay, what the hell does that mean? But we talked about that on the last call. It doesn't mean anything. It's Andre the Giant's face on a poster, and you see it everywhere. And then it's, well, what is that? And then once you ask that question, that's you've already answered it for yourself.
And people. That's why it's same principle, just another further outworking with hashtag revolutions, meaningless phrases, words that have no meaning. It's all the same principle, and Lenin talked about it. I read some of Lenin's works, and he talked about the need for simple slogans. That's the way to run the masses. Basically, just J. Edward Mullen agency advertising.
Exactly. It's what do you say? We shall win with the use of slogans.
Slogans, right?
And it's public relations is one thing I think it's really underestimated, and as a driving force behind just about everything that enters into any discussion. It's like,
I agree. I heard some of you guys' previous podcasts on that very topic, which I thought were very enlightening. And even a show like Mad Men, I'm not a big Mad Men fan. I only watched a few episodes just because I wanted to get a feel for what they were trying to say with the show in terms of the rise of modern advertising. And even in Mad Men, you have hints, just in the 3 or so episodes that I've seen, of the connection of these sort of darker intelligence agency type groups, as whatever John Hamm's character's name. I don't remember that guy's name, but
Don Draper.
Don kind of goes through this process himself throughout the show as emblematic of, I guess, the nihilistic, narcissistic man of that time. And as I understand, I read an article that in the season finale, he ends in this California New Agey cult. He ends up in Esalen, right? So yeah. He's gone through this processing, spent his years in the CIA-dominated marketing, advertising sections of the social sphere, and he ends up in the New Age cult. So I think that's emblematic for the transition that America itself went through from, I guess, the 50s into the 60s. So
absolutely,
and PR comes into that, because PR is, marketing is for, we think of marketing for economics and increasing profit, etc. But public relations applies to pretty much everything, right? So selling everything, not just in an economic sense, but political ideas, new age ideas, everything.
Yeah, it's a funny thing in that show. There's an episode, and I noticed this in the episode, that he that everything in his house is all the things that he sells. So he buys into the system as a whole. And I remember there was this episode where he's talking to like a beatnik guy at a beatnik party, and the beatnik guy is telling him, you're part of the system, and he tells the beatnik guy, there is no system, right? And so he buys into the whole thing, and that's kind of how a lot of people on the lower level, the lower rungs, kind of operate, where they don't, they don't necessarily buy into anything, they don't necessarily know anything, and they're just a part of it, and they use the products that they sell because they're not even thinking about something like that,
Yeah, great point. And it reminds me of the scene in Fight Club, at the beginning, where Edward Norton's character, when he's starting to lose it, is just sick of all this stuff, right? And he's talking about his apartment, and there's that neat scene where it's shot where the scene is actually an ad in a catalog, and his apartment's filling up with all this junk, and that's sort of his period of his psychotic break, where he goes into having the alternate persona of Tyler Durden. And I think that's emblematic of just that transition out of, in a sense, there is no system, because if you're a nihilist, like I guess Don Draper ultimately is, that's where it leads. And so I would assume not being satiated with nihilism, he eventually turned to his New Age spiritualism path.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's it's part of a process, or the dialectic, as it's referred to. It's something that's purposely and intentionally set up to be what it is. And then we seemingly are going through a phase right now where it's sort of a revelation of the method of pointing out the obvious, where where it's becoming now self-referential, to the point where people are in a large, I think there's large segments of the population that have come to terms with the total invalid nature of the materialism and how it doesn't satisfy, and it's not something that should be pursued as an individual goal. And then they come back with like alternatives to that, which are equally as enslaving, but yet still maintain that, or not maintain, but fulfill some sort of need or basic need in people, so that it's appealing to them.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And I think that knowing human nature, of course, the establishment was very aware of that. And so when Blavatsky wrote about setting up the New Age and at the turn of the century, and how the Scottish Rite and different groups would be used to help usher that in, and then when the UN came into play to promote all that stuff, they knew that the materialism, the Darwinism, and all this that had been unleashed would not be sufficient in the long run to satisfy man's primal spiritual needs that he has. And so they offered counterfeit versions, which is basically all in Brothers Karamazov, where the famous chapter, Grand Inquisitor, the Inquisitor tells Jesus that that's what they're going to do. We're going to set up an empire of mammon, and we will offer men bread and circuses, and they'll not be satiated with that, and then we'll offer them a false spirituality that they will accept. And so, yes, so absolutely. It also makes me think too of Bond, because what you described about Draper is that there's a similar situation that pops up in the Bond novels. In the first one, in Casino Royale, Bond is asked, I can't remember who it is, Vesper Lind or somebody, maybe even M, says something to the effect of, what are you fighting for? And Bond says something like, Queen and country. And of course, the response is, who cares about Queen and country? Queen and country doesn't care about you. And Bond's response is basically, yeah, but I might as well, because there's not really any system anyway. He says it's all dialectics. And Bond, even Fleming explicitly says Manichaeanism. So it's a Manichaean duel of good, bad, left, right, east, west. And he says, I am who I am, as this sort of killing machine, because I'm beyond good and evil. So there's that Nietzschean element of Bond sort of comes to the fore there. And Bond...
It's also interesting, you hit the nail right on the head. I've thought about this for years, that if you speak Bond phonetically, it's actually beyond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good.
Explain that to me. What do you mean?
Oh, I was saying the word bond, if you say beyond, bond.
Oh, okay.
I was saying he's beyond good and evil. And also, James Bond is the quintessential psychopath.
Correct, right. That is, to get the 00 status, you had to have a certain number of kills. And as I understand from certain histories of MI6, there's some truth to that. So, yes, and that sort of goes into the background of all the fictional nature of him being an orphan and having basically married to the state, right? I mean, Mom, Queen, the Queen, that sort of is the stand-in for his maternal archetype that he never had, and so he is a psychopath. And the importance of Vesper Lind in the first novel, Casino Royale, is that because that was his first and probably only inkling at actually loving someone, and she completely betrays him. And so the line in I believe Casino Royale in the film where he says the bitch is dead after she has betrayed him is accurate. That's how Casino Royale comes to a close, and that is supposed to exemplify him as a killing machine, and thus beyond any sense of good or evil, just a primal narcissistic assassin.
Yeah, I don't remember Woody Allen or Peter Sellers ever saying that line in the movie.
Yeah, that old one. I don't think that's in that old one.
I'm kidding.
I know, right? But I think there's also Fleming definitely laces the novels with esoteric themes, and so Rothschild comes up, tarot cards come up, voodoo ideas come up, and Live or Let Die. Alchemy comes up, and that's kind of how I've taken the name Bond, is in an alchemical sense. But certainly all those ideas are there as well, and I think that speaks to the British penchant for occultism, I guess, amongst the nobility and elites of London. So, and Tony Gosling pointed out at one point to me that Dennis Wheatley had all the same affinities too for these sort of esoteric occult spy novels, and so and Dennis Wheatley, who was also an MI6 agent, Dennis Wheatley has those elements in his novels as well. Which when I was doing grad work, I mainly focused on Fleming, so I didn't read any Wheatley stuff.
Yeah, there's some of that subject matter that's touched on in this Kingsman film too. And
Right.
One of the scenes they go into how to manipulate somebody with NLP. I thought that was really interesting. And then so they are in training, and then in one of their tasks is to seduce this female at this club with NLP.
Mm-hmm.
And so as they are, engaging in this activity, like one of the members comes along and spikes their drink and gets them, knocks them out. And I thought that was
according to Richard Thompson in his Big Breach, his personal story of his time at MI6, that was part of the training. So part of the field operation training was the seduction of the opposite sex, of course, would be a big part of human psychology. So that's the reason for that. And it also comes up in The Recruit, the Al Pacino, Colin Farrell film that was sponsored by the CIA, which pretty much functions as a CIA propaganda film right around the time of 9/11. So both of those films include, the Tomlinson book and that film include quite a bit of accuracy.
And, we know that the Cold War and all that was just a bunch of baloney, and it wasn't really a Cold War as, everybody was taught and everybody still believes. But, you still have this spy culture that was developed, and the question is why?
You know what? My opinion, I was in fact pondering doing an article on that very subject. Why spy culture? And I think the reason for it is ultimately social engineering, to put everyone into a state where, on an individual psychological level, they're comfortable with a complete surveillance society. I think that's ultimately what it was about. So now everybody kind of sees themselves as this, they may not be conscious of it, but if we think about Facebook, or if we think about the internet itself, as I've pointed out many times, these are things that come out of the cryptography world. They come out of the intelligence world. And so the releasing of these things to the public, I think, was accompanied with this notion of, entering into this kind of voyeuristic obsession, or this fetish, this fetish of voyeurism. And I think, for example, many of the Hitchcock films actually detail this very, very idea. I make the argument in my analysis of Vertigo that the whole film is, in a way, kind of a foreshadowing of the coming surveillance society. That's really because the whole film's about voyeurism, and of course many Hitchcock films are. Psycho as well.
Rear Window.
Rear Window is the other one. What I was about to say, right? Rear Window is all about the voyeuristic society.
Yeah, and also fetishizing technology.
Yes.
And it's because, you know, in the Bond novels and films, and in this particular film, there's a lot of the little tech items that the spy gets to use, you know, like the lighter that's a hand grenade and and all this other stuff.
Yeah, no, it really is. All this stuff comes out of all the advanced tech, as I'm sure you guys know. You know, it comes out of the military-industrial complex, and that's the impetus for the progress. Is not so-called free markets. It's the impetus for all the progress is the war machine, and
right.
So the war machine is what gives us the internet for, you know, cryptography in the 60s. And then it becomes this global surveillance tool. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, you know what? Here's a funny thing about Rear Window. I remember my grandma commenting one time. It was coming on television. I remember my grandma saying something like, "I don't like that Jimmy Stewart in that movie," and I was like confused as to why, you know. And she's like, "You know, it's not right. He's looking into other people's windows with his camera," and it's like you would never hear anybody say that today. You know, considering that the movie is kind of based around like, okay, well, it's okay that he's looking in someone's window because he saw a crime, so therefore it's okay. And I think maybe someone from another generation who watched that movie at the time like kind of felt uncomfortable with the notion of, well, this guy's peeping in other people's windows. He's a peeping Tom or something. But not today. Nobody thinks that way today about their privacy.
Yeah, that was definitely, in my mind, an engineered movement towards. And there's a whole bunch of films where this comes up as well. I mean, the remake of Rear Window with Shia LaBeouf, Disturbia. It was all the same idea. Like I said, other Hitchcock films, Spielberg.
Right. Psycho is about a guy who peeps in on
exactly.
Well, Janet Leigh while she's taking a shower, and yeah, they're all you're right. They all have to have this voyeuristic overtone, and it's kind of, but you know that's what movies do because of, you know, the fact that they are entertaining you. Well, your guard is down. You kind of get acclimated to it, you know. Yeah,
what I was going to say is the other film that touches on a lot of this is Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal. That one of my friends, Sean Helton, that writes for 21st Century Wire, did an excellent analysis of that film. We did an interview around it as well. So if anybody wants to check that out, if you haven't seen it, I would recommend looking at it, because if you think about the camera itself, I mean, the camera is a kind of eye, and what a camera does is it films other people. So even watching a movie itself is, in a sense, a form of voyeurism, because you're looking in on, even though it's a fictional world, you're looking in on a fictional other life, another group of people. Now, in this general sense, I mean, anything is that way. A book is, you know, a window, I guess you could say, into other situations or other places in time and history. But the advent of the camera, of course, was, I think from the very get-go, it was known how revolutionary this would be in terms of engineering society. And so you could, that's why right away, you know, films were used for war propaganda. That's kind of the immediate usage of the camera. And yeah, there's just no question that that's absolutely what the trek that everything took.
Yeah, another thing in that Kingsman film, they're going into the secret room with all the gadgetry and the weapons and all of that, and then on one wall there's like tablets and smartphones in the case. the guy, the recruit guy, or the guy that's getting trained, he asks his handler there, he's like, what are those? And he says, oh, they're just he just basically says, oh, well, there's nothing particular about those. He says society has caught up with the spy world as far as technology goes. I thought that was an interesting statement. Yeah.
And speaking of the psychopath element too, if you recall, remember the part where he's supposed to shoot the dog?
Right. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, and then if I recall, he doesn't do it, and then doesn't Colin Firth comes to his. He comes and beats him up or something. I forget exactly what goes down, but the point being that it's requiring sort of total submission to the mandates of the state and or your handler. The necessity of being psychopathic is essentially what the test is for Eggsy, and as well as his female interest in the film.
Yeah, I've heard that too with one of the elements of trauma-based mind control an individual is that they would be given a pet, and when they grow attached to it, then they take it away from them and kill the pet in front of them, and then that does something psychologically where it creates this psychological break where they disassociate, and then there's imprinting done then.
Another interesting thing I've been looking at recently along these lines is the series The Americans, which is the Fox series about the Directorate S illegals from the KGB that were in the U.S. During the 80s, and this is sort of loosely based on history. A little more accurate, I guess, than most, quote, spy shows. This is a little more grounded in reality than most of them. Certainly more than something like Bond or The Saint. And I don't know if you guys have seen any of it, but it's a very interesting situation that they're put in, because it's a husband and wife and they have kids. They're never allowed to speak Russian once they arrive in the U.S. They basically have to cultivate a local acceptance for several years, have kids, and at the same time, these people don't love each other. They're just they're a state creation. And my friend Mark Hackard, who runs Soul of the East, recently did several articles at his other site that he and I both contribute to, called Espionage History Archive. And if you look at Mark's articles there, his treatments of Directorate S and the history of the illegals is fascinating. It's must-read stuff, because the show is actually highly accurate. Because they're not only are they unable to get out of the situation that they're in, I guess, unless they defect, to the West, but the intense psychological stress that these people are put under and put themselves under by entering into this just insane requirement that the Soviet state would have for its foreign illegal assets or agents, excuse me. It's just unbelievable. So I would recommend checking out that show in terms of sort of realistic spy situation, but it requires, again, almost a total psychopathy, which I find odd, because if you are at that level of psychopathy where killing is really not a problem, it doesn't really bother you at all, why would you be attached to a communal ideology? And so my guess would be that that's probably why the CIA cutthroat psychopath type does much better in Wall Street.
Sure.
Because if nothing matters and I'm out if I'm out for my own, I might as well try to get rich doing it and not serve.
That's what I was going to suggest. That money is the ultimate driver. It's funny because you're describing these people, and I'm thinking to myself, this is kind of the description of a person that I would equate with someone who would be involved in these drills who, if the drill is completely and totally fake with no people dying, and they kill the people off in these fake massacres, that's the type of person you would have, someone who embeds themselves into a community, creates this type of persona,
right,
and has a fake marriage or whatever, and then when they get called upon to go participate in something where they are killed off and then put under a new name with a new cover, their only motivation to do this is to be able to survive, which is money. And I think for most people, like you just asked, you could ask yourself, well, why would anybody do that? Why would anybody fake their death at whatever event, Sandy Hook or 9/11 or whatever? Why would someone do that? Well, because they're getting paid to do it. That's why, and that's their job. And
and a lot of people get off on the ability to dupe others, especially if you're kind of in that class of persons, right?
Yeah, and you see that in Dupers Delight and all of these high-profile shootings and mass killings. And another interesting thing made me think about this when John just brought it up is like we're seeing this stuff in this particular. We try to remember where we're at this kind of point in history. Like we're in this post Cold War era, and through the Cold War, this whole spy culture had been developed. And it makes sense that now that those organizations could be taken and used for these fake setup events, to where, like John's saying, where that is their role in society is to act out these roles. And we know that the CIA and Hollywood and all that are so closely associated and intertwined,
right?
That the acting and then all that too would be and naturally incorporated into all of it. And then they just like members of the military or people like that, they move to a different post and they assume a different in the case of like a spy type individual would assume a different identity, and that is their new role in the so-called post Cold War era.
Yeah, there's a good documentary that is worth checking out called Sex-espionage, Secret Weapon of the KGB, and this is on YouTube. And the reason I recommend it is because it shows you in a fairly well-documented, it's a little bit cheesy because it's kind of an older, I guess it's a British documentary, but it's relatively accurate in terms of the NKVD's use of swallow operations, which are women that are recruited to basically be sex spies. And in this documentary, it discusses the process by which the girls would have to be broken down. So if you had any kind of, you had to be moved past attachments. And so moving into that, what we're calling psychopathy, would require the breaking down of those kinds of emotional attachments. So some of these girls, for example, were prostitutes, right? So they would bring in prostitutes who might not be completely detached or broken down in that sense, or other girls from orphanages, for example. And the process, the rubrics that you would go through for this training, I forget how many years they said it was, by the end of it, you would come out of it in almost in a military type sense, conditioned. Right? So you can do anything now in terms of screwing someone over, basically, in a literal sense. Screwing in two senses, I guess. Well, without feeling remorse, and so that's what was required And I've also found it interesting that, given that the victors write history, when you look at the history of these things in terms of the documentaries and the books, the propaganda, it's always that the KGB is who had the sex spies. And the West was always a bunch of saintly, glorious, noble spies who never did anything like that. Well, that's just complete baloney. As we can see from just look at Hollywood. Hollywood is a bunch of sex and espionage, I believe, which I think just destroys that mythological propaganda narrative of the KGBs is the only group that had sex espionage. So I think that's just completely not true. But bringing it back to the point that you were making, yes, as I've read, at least, psychopathy is some 8 estimated percent of the population, perhaps lower. Maybe that's a little exaggerated. So there are plenty of people out there who can be profiled and brought into this kind of work as they're needed, and it would be very easy, I would think, to if you've ever done any kind of acting or being an extra, which I've done in the past, you'll notice that crowds of people can be marshaled to do things quite easily, especially if they feel like they're doing something important.
Right. I was gonna bring this up. I was watching you on Sean Stone, and I'd never actually. I've only seen that one picture you got on your website there, and I was looking at you, and I'm going, I think Jay Dyer actually is playing the part of Russell Crowe in real life.
Crowe? What do you mean?
Yeah. No, you look like Russell Crowe. So I'm just going to put out a conspiracy theory, and I'm actually going to forward this to Dallas Goldbug, and we're going to do an ear comparison with you and Russell Crowe to make sure that you aren't Russell Crowe.
Please do, because there was the funniest one I saw of those was pretty recent, and it was that Rush Limbaugh is Jim Morrison.
What?
Yes. Oh my God. There's another really, really funny one too, that Ann Coulter is a man named Arthur Coltrane.
No, that's an old one.
I was gonna say that's one of my favorites because of the Adam's apple. So
yeah, that's an old one. That she's actually I heard this years and years ago. I actually saw, before Kurt Nemo worked for InfoWars, he used to have his own deal, and he put out an article on Ann Coulter actually being a man. that she had a sex change, but she was some like high level prostitute, like that was a dude. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. Well, I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up.
I guess I'll take Russell Crowe. Chicks dig Russell Crowe. The other picture I had up with my long hair now. A bunch of girls say I look like Paul Rudd. So I don't know which one's better there. I guess the chicks dig Russell Crowe over Paul Rudd probably. But
I was going to actually widen the conspiracy theory and say that not only were you Russell Crowe, but you were also Russell Brand, and you were also Kurt Russell, and you were also
free association.
And you were also Russell Means, but they killed off. But you killed that character off, and you were in stage makeup the whole time, pretending that you were an Indian. So.
Oh, and guess what? Speaking of the Americans, Carrie Russell, she's the star. Throw in the section.
You were Felicity. Yeah, you played Felicity on TV as well. So yeah.
I had a guy who I took to be a relatively serious reader of my site send me a bunch of info on Scarlett Johansson actually being some other actress, and he was made a big deal about this, and I was just like, this is completely ridiculous. This is stupid.
Uh,
I thought you were a serious reader.
No, that stuff is. If you want to cry laughing, just go. I mean, Chris, seriously, the Jimmy Carter is JFK ear comparison is the best thing I've ever seen. So, see, look at these ears. That proves that Jimmy Carter is JFK. Oh, that's so genius.
Well, I guess as long as I'm not
such
Alfred,
good poison the well stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it literally poisons the well. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
as long as I'm not Alfred E. Newman, I think you could do an ear comparison there that would be interesting.
Well,
What I like about Dallas Goldberg's analysis, like he'll do the ear comparison, and it's like, okay, the ears don't even look anything alike.
Right.
That's the thing about it. It's okay. No, they're not the same ears, dude. But he's just running with it, and it's just so it's so nonsensical. It's not even. But then, yeah, I've heard this comment more frequently. It's so you're saying that some of this stuff is faked, and there's crisis actors involved and stuff. That's Dallas Goldbug stuff. You know, it's like, yeah, he absolutely is out there to.
Yeah, because and he was saying this back in 2011, I think, was the first time I saw his. He was putting all these YouTube videos up about everything being fake, and the Gabby Giffords shooting was completely fake. And then what he did was move from that to all of the comparisons, right? That everybody's this,
Because initially he did have some, I think, good info mixed in.
And then it turned to that, which I've noticed quite a few people doing with the flat Earth silliness recently.
Oh yeah,
you know what's funny is we were just talking about that. I was talking about that with Tim, and yeah, that was my first thought when I saw all of this flat Earth stuff start to come up, right? Just out of the blue. I know there's been a lot of people talking about that for a long time, but that was my initial thing. Is like, okay, and if you go and listen to one of the calls I did with Tim, I even said that on there. He asked me about it. I said, well, why is it coming up? I literally think that if the powers that be wanted to make the Earth flat again, they could, and people would believe it.
Yeah, so they totally could.
Yeah. And whether the Earth's a flat or a sphere or not is not the point. The point is everybody thinks it's a sphere currently, but they could just overnight, just all of a sudden have scientists, and Neil deGrasse Tyson comes out tomorrow and he just says, turns out the Earth's flat and climate change is real, and yeah, makes sense.
Reminds me of one of the World War II documentaries on spies that I was watching. There was a woman who was brought in as kind of a black ops creative individual. So the Allies were trying to run psyops against the German soldiers, and they kept tossing around these ideas, and this woman had a good idea, because women, in my experience, tend to be pretty good at kind of knowing the ways to push guys' buttons. She said, I got an idea. What we're going to do is we're going to create a singles magazine, and we're going to have all of the German girls who are, most of them, many of them, wives of the German soldiers that are off fighting in the war. We're going to have them put out a bunch of singles ads looking for new husbands, which will then decrease morale amongst the German soldiers out in the field. So that, I think, is a kind of an example of the kind of psyop that kind of stuff is, right? So even though that's touching on human emotions and pulling heartstrings and all that and being emotionally manipulative, it's the same kind of strategy where you put out something intended really to demoralize opposition, because you feel like, well, now all there is this, flood of flat Earth stuff, and I might have been making progress with, enlightening people to fiat banking or 9/11, but now you got to combat this whole other thing, right? You got to deal with this whole other problem on top of, whatever the battle you were fighting previously was.
Yeah, that's the way I see it too. I think there's definitely something going on with this, as far as what we're being told about the Earth and all that stuff. I definitely am open to questioning it. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that, the whole, if you say flat Earth or somebody's a flat earther, that is commonly used as sort of the ultimate put down, as far as, you have no credibility, you're a flat earther. And so I could see why there would be this sort of desire to build this association with anybody who's, questioning things and pointing out, the stuff being fake, or stuff being a hoax, or the moon hoax, or the 9/11 hoax and all that. And then, let's make sure that we build up this association between that and something that's commonly and unequivocally associated with crackpot theories and ideas.
Well, what's the next step? Maya, Hindu, everything's an illusion. Oh, nothing matters, man. And then you're completely neutralized.
Yeah, and then, I've heard that concern being, proposed out there, as far as, you're saying that nukes don't exist, or you're saying, which I do, I don't believe they exist, and the moon thing, so nothing is real. It's like, no, it's that, let me clarify something. Liars that are known liars and established liars tell lies. And that's pretty much, people in general, if you're taking a poll, do you trust politicians? Do you trust lawyers? It's like, well, no, generally speaking, politicians and lawyers, they're joined at the hip, or they either are one or the other, and, but on the other hand, we're supposed to unquestionably trust stuff that's put out by the same institutions that are populated by known liars. There's definitely that disconnect there. But no, certainly it's not. It's not the equivalent of saying, oh, well, nothing. What is that philosophical position that nothing can really be known? I have a hard time keeping all this straight, but
relativism is where it leads. Yeah.
Yeah, relativism, or and it's like, no, not really. I don't. I see that as being maybe just more or less a way to just dismiss any kind of discussion of certain topics. It's like, oh, well, then we're
we can look, there's a whole nation that we can look at that has adopted this philosophy, and they live in. Most of them abject poverty, with hunger and cows walking around that they worship, called India. So we can see the effects of the adoption of the Maya belief. Yeah,
they have the belief that nothing can. It's everything's illusion, and that's interestingly enough. There's a pretty mainstream software for creating CGI that's called Maya. It's
right.
And but there is all kinds of at least circumstantial evidence out there that the military is building the Matrix, like in the film The Matrix.
Oh, I totally agree with that. If you mean the idea of being in a pod or raised like a human battery, and your mind being hooked up to the internet and living in a virtual world, absolutely, that's absolutely real.
Right, and insofar as I don't know what happened to John. It sounded like his call dropped, but did he say he had to go? I didn't hear him.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, he'll probably call back. Yeah, the interest that the military had. Well, I mean, I've done a lot of looking into it myself and pulling up different stuff. How the whole industry of computer generated imagery, as we're familiar with it, as far as it's applied to Hollywood films and stuff like that, all of that wouldn't be around if it wasn't for the military and military
Right.
funding, and they are responsible for bringing that into reality,
Right.
And you can read military documents and stuff where they have a high degree of interest in
Video games, the rise of video games, which is intimately connected to the origin of CGI, is
Right.
100% Pentagon, Department of Defense stuff.
Absolutely, yeah, all of it. It's all comes out of these research projects, the military funding, and then you see the cross-pollination with the private sector and the military, and then the military comes back and they implement the stuff that's developed in the commercial realm for military applications and training purposes, and right, it's
and that's a perfect example is NASA's interest in Stanley Kubrick. I'm sure most people have seen Jay Weidner's material and all that, which I'm not saying I agree with every point that he makes in that film, but I think that he's absolutely correct when it comes to it's just historically true that NASA and the military-industrial complex was very interested in the special effects stuff that Kubrick was doing, and they realized the potential of that for social engineering. So I would completely agree there.
Yeah, and then where does that fit within the larger context of social engineering and all that, as far as how it's actually being applied? I am 100% on the moon landing thing being a complete fabrication, and you could see right through it. For instance, they have, there's photographs that are from official NASA sources. As far as I know, I guess this could be faked after the fact or whatever. But you got the lunar lander on the surface of the moon, and then you got a backdrop behind it with the sort of hills of the moon and all that, and then you have another photograph which you don't see the lunar lander, you just see, but it's the exact same background, and they obviously recycled those backdrops, for different scenes.
It does look that way, right?
Right, and then that's something that's sort of glaringly obvious, and then the whole thing with them dangling from wires and all that being just so okay, can you prove that they're hanging from wires? No, I guess there's no way I could prove that absolutely, but I do know for a fact that it absolutely appears that what is being proposed as imagery depicting men walking around in 1/6 gravity looks exactly like men dangling from wires.
Well, and the other thing too that I think is worth pointing out is that it seems strange to me that if you did develop this kind of technology that would allow you to do that, to go to the moon and so forth, which I'm not saying necessarily that there aren't advanced technologies as part of a secret space program. I don't really know all the details, but it seems strange to me that you would film all this. Presumably wouldn't you want that to be secret? In the same way that the NSA doesn't want everyone with cameras poking around all through their facility to see what the latest tech capabilities are.
Right.
In the same way, I would think that NASA would be concerned with the latest in rocket technology. But so there's unquestionably a PR usage that was going on with the space program. And I think that it's unquestionably true that NASA is some sort of front for, a real space program. But what the components of that real space program are, I do not know.
Oh yeah, I for one, there's the whole UFO phenomenon and all that, where I've had people tell me personally stuff they've seen. I've never seen anything myself along that lines, but just from what I've heard from friends, and then friends of friends, and that sort of thing. I have no reason to doubt what they're telling me, what they saw. And
well, I know I know rockets are real because I have a friend who contracted at NASA as an aerospace engineer. So there definitely are rockets. I can tell you that much.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you can go buy your own rocket and fire it off if you want.
Well, but I'm saying NASA does do they do build rockets.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. But yeah, I understand what you're saying as far as a lot of stuff that they do could be simply a cover for something else, and I tend to agree with that.
And I don't. I just think that. I think last time I was on with you guys, I said we can be dubious about NASA's pedigree when they constantly push the alien myth. And since I've been on with you guys, there's been yet another NASA declaration of alien life.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So, which is it's always BS in my opinion. But in my opinion, that just sort of ruins their credibility.
No, well, it does, and then you got to ask yourself, okay, what is this something? Is it building up to something, or
right?
Is this something that is like an ongoing cover for something else? I tend to think maybe it may be both, but I for one do believe that there's probably such a thing as some sort of propulsion system or anti-gravity or something like that. That
I agree.
Yeah, people are seeing that, and then it's so strange and it's so bizarre. Then and then on top of that, people have been conditioned extensively to immediately make that association with space beings, or and I think for a lot of people that one's easy to understand and see how that has been promoted, but it for some reason, on the other hand, it's like the whole moon landing thing being a hoax and all that is just too hard for some people to accept. I mean, I don't really, for one, really fully understand why that is so off-putting to certain people.
Well, I mean, it's also true that being skeptical of what's presented as the moon scenario is not the same thing as saying that there's no technology or capability of that kind of travel. It's just simply a statement of this video presentation that's put before me grants me the position of skepticism. I mean, that's me, that's the logical conclusion here. And I'm every bit within my rights to be skeptical, right? And that doesn't necessarily commit me to saying that there's no such thing as anything else, or there's no such thing as space technology, or that there's no such thing as Star Wars defense program, or any of these other things that I think are very real. So, I mean, obviously, the internet is highly advanced technology from the 60s.
Right.
And, we're sitting here using some form of data transmission through the air with wireless technology. So certainly there are advanced technologies, but as to the presentation and the anomalies in the video evidence, supposed evidence of the moon situation, I think there are plenty of questions there.
Yeah, and then I think that speaks to like what the nature of technology and how it is actually used, and it's just like everything else. It's used to control and manipulate the masses, and at the same time, it's important to give the average person the impression that your laptop is sort of the latest and greatest thing going as far as computer chip technology, and it's actually far from it. And back to that movie again, that reference where they're showing the smartphones on the shelf and then saying, oh well, society has just caught up with this, spy agencies. That is, it's in a fictional film and all that, but it's just more confirmation of the rumors you hear that the CIA and those different agencies and stuff had access to like laptop computers and stuff like way before anyone even knew what it was.
Right.
And they were using it for whatever purposes that they were, set out to do as far as, but
and we can look at the science fiction from 40s, 50s, and 60s, which is so full of all of the things that we see today as well. I mean, if we think about William Gibson's Neuromancer, that's kind of, that had the Matrix way before the Matrix did. If you think about Philip K. Dick's novels, it's the same type of situation too.
Yeah, the question is like how far back does some of this stuff go? Because have you heard of the Francis Bacon book, the
New Atlantis?
New Atlantis, where he's describing a lot of things that sound suspiciously familiar to people who are know about modern technology, but like he would have no way of knowing back then, right, in the era of clipper ships, what would be coming, as far as technological advances.
I do actually. I make quite a few arguments throughout my articles over the last few years in that vein, and I certainly, when it comes to this subject matter, there's quite a few doubtful bits of information out there that are full of weird stuff. There's a lot of Nephilim baloney out there and all that Anunnaki type stuff, which I think largely, for the most part, is bull. But there are definite instances of references that you can find in Plato, for example, which I've done a lot of reading in Plato. So you can read the Phaedo. I have an article about Plato's treatment of crystals and dimensions in Plato's Phaedo, or the Phaedrus. And because at the end of the dialogue, Socrates tells the people he's dialoguing with, he says, look, what I'm going to tell you, you're not going to understand or believe. He says, but there are higher levels of reality where, he says, there are colors beyond the color spectrum that we know. So how Socrates knew this, 2,000 years ago in Greece, over 2,000 years ago in Greece, who knows? There is in the Timaeus mention of the minute structure of reality almost at the subatomic level, and I think we touched on this last time. And Werner Heisenberg, in some of his quantum physics works, says, look, at the subatomic level, we see Platonic forms. We see geometric structure and form. We don't see pure atomism or materialism. And he says there's just no question about it that at that level of reality we are looking at some sort of information fabric or structure, right? So that is apparently true. In my opinion, that is how they were able to build things like the internet and how virtual reality works and computer theory and all that is essentially based on Platonism. So, I think it's an open question. I really do. And I don't think that commits me to any outlandish new age type of situation where I have to accept that that historic Atlantis was some sort of space colony necessarily. Right. But we do see in like I said in Plato's works, the Timaeus, Phaedo, he talks about, again, that in these other levels of reality, there are, other beings, he even says, in the Phaedo. So, there's just no way that would have been known, especially when it comes to the Timaeus discussing the actual way that reality is made, in geometric forms, right? And he's talking about from the smallest level of reality up to, the biggest, I guess, which are called gnomons, with this idea of the way a fractal works, where or a hologram, where the initial image is made up of a whole bunch of little bitty images of the same thing. That's the ancient Greek principle of gnomon, which is Gnomon, which is a Pythagorean concept. So, there's just no way that they would have known that at that time. And I should add as well that in the Timaeus, Socrates says that Solon went to Egypt and obtained this information about the universe and how the universe is constructed. Mm-hmm. And he said this was the secret teaching of the priests of Egypt, right? So we talked about Egypt last time. But that's explicitly what he says in the Timaeus. And when we look at Egyptology from, as I mentioned last time, Wim Vandendogen, his work very well explicates, I think, the correlation between these sort of numeric principles and geometric principles that undergird Platonism, even at, an atomic level. So if you look at something like a benzene ring and that hexagonal structure that it has, this is the kind of stuff that the Pythagoreans were talking about.
Yeah, and how did they know that without scanning electron microscopes and all that?
Just to play the skeptic, I've been pondering this quite a bit the last few years. The only thing I could come up with, if you were a skeptic, would be to say, well, the Greeks had this idea that reality was made this way, and everything kind of worked in this Platonic mirror structure. So they just assumed that everything had to be that way, even at a small minutia level. That's the only rationalist explanation that I could think of. But that doesn't explain things like, Socrates talking about the color spectrum being, far beyond what we see with our senses.
And just come out and just make a flat-out statement to that effect, and then,
absolutely
unequivocally stating that, that's the way it is, and then how many years later it gets confirmed with, modern science and all that. And
yeah, I'm a little iffy though on Atlantis, because if you read the Platonic dialogues where it comes up, it's not really described as like some sort of space colony. No. I mean, there's talk of the gods being there, of course, but Plato talks about the gods being in Greece too. So it's a long debated subject as to what ontological status Plato gave to the gods, whether they were merely stand-ins for sort of hermetic mathematical principles like in Pythagoreanism or Egyptology, or whether he saw them as just sort of maybe these rational personalizations of forces of nature, or I don't know, or whether he actually did think that there were gods, because we see statements sort of to both effects at different times. Like at the end of some dialogues, Socrates says, I'm going to sacrifice an animal to the gods because that's what I need to do, because I believe in the gods. Yeah. So, I don't know. That's a, like I said, debated topic, but I don't think that Plato's discussion of Atlantis justifies the notion of what's called, some people call paleo history or paleo technology. But there are other instances that I think do suggest that.
Yeah, and then there's all the myths about in a lot of different cultures, from what I understand, some different stuff I've read about, where it is all over the world in various different cultures, a story of having these gods come down.
Exactly. Yeah, the visitations of the gods. That's a good one. I mean, it's a universal belief. Another good one is, well, I don't know if this is a good one, but here's just one to throw out, just as a thought experiment. And I'm not saying that I necessarily believe this, but just consider it for the purpose of consideration. You know, the Bible does, in Genesis 6, talk about the intermixing of the angelic, the Malachim, and the sons of God and women. I'm sure everybody's probably heard of this in conspiracy.
Yeah, Genesis 6.
Right. So we all know about that. And now, my understanding, I have put a lot of time into biblical theology and history of Genesis and so forth. The classic view of that text, even amongst Orthodox Judaism, is that it is talking about angels. Okay, so it's not just the godly sons of Abel and Seth. Now, when we look at that in consideration with other texts like Jude, where Jude references the Book of Enoch and references Genesis 6 with the illicit intermixing of the angelic and the human, the comparison is made between bestiality or unnatural human relations and whatever these angelic beings have done, right? So there's a violation of what was proper to their nature. So just as a human shouldn't engage in sodomy or bestiality, it's likened to the sin of the angels, according to Jude, who explicitly references the Book of Enoch.
And it's talking about
just one last point here, real quick.
Yeah, okay.
What I wonder, again, just speculating, and there is some precedent possibly for this in a lot of, say, church fathers. Is it possible that the notion of the mixing, which we get the impression led to genetic oddities, right? So even if we ascribe all this as mythology, right, let's say you take that argument, it's odd that the artistic representation of so many ancient cultures in terms of their henotheism or polytheism, their gods, why do so many of them have these sort of genetic aberrations, right? So they have a hawk head or whatever.
All right.
Even if that's all fake, we are now in the present reality of the actual cross-species engineering.
Right, yeah.
So the reality is actually coming. So to me, it doesn't seem that far-fetched that, either this really was some sort of an angelic mixing, some sort of forbidden angelic kind of technology or knowledge or gnosis or whatever, or it was just a mythological principle that, in the same way of Socrates, somehow man had, I don't know how, but had some sense that you could do this eventually, that you could discover other colors of the color spectrum, that you could mix animal and human hybrids and mix genetic information to create chimeras. So, I just don't see how you could easily dismiss that.
No, I agree. There's a lot of, stuff that it makes sense in if you you take the view that maybe there was catastrophic. How can I say that word? Catastrophic event at some point in history. Like the Bible describes the Great Flood, and there seems to be a lot of evidence for that. Throughout the world. The Earth was covered with water.
Yeah, I agree with the universal flood, and it's, you look at all the pagan texts, the ancient Near Eastern documents with Enki and Enlil and all that stuff backs up the universal flood for sure.
Yeah, and then maybe the God legends or something. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there were literal angels, or it is descriptive of something of where this legendary status got put on just mortal men that were had possession of this ancient technology that pretty much got wiped out when the Earth was wiped clean, and so they had this holdovers from that past era that's gone. There's no remnant of it that's noticeable or readily apparent to people living today. So
now that interesting, because that would be the rationalist answer. Blah blah blah. The gods were just actually stand-ins for humans who had advanced technology or something like that. But I think, in my opinion, I'm not trying to be contrary to you, but that kind of begs the question: aren't we back at some sort of Madame Blavatsky view at that point, where there's like all these successive ages of men and different races of? In other words, that answer actually isn't very rational in terms of the rationalist explaining a way of things, in my opinion.
So this infinite regression of civilizations, and I wouldn't, I don't subscribe to that at all. But no, I don't discount the whole idea that maybe there's angelic visitation and all that. I tend to think that maybe something like that probably did happen.
I think so too. And like we talked about last time, how is that any less rational than the explanation of all these multiverse and interdimensional beings? That's no more rational that and panspermia than the idea of angelic visitations.
Well, but see, that's not science, though, Jay. That's the difference.
Right, because science is just as elastic as democracy.
Absolutely. It's funny when you get into discussions with people about, so-called science. When you're talking about multiverse, I didn't really mean to. I was just, making some comments about the kind of and I was kind of poking a little bit of fun about the multiverse and all that. I was just making a statement to the effect that, so if you're a believer in the multiverse, then you would have to accept the existence of unicorns or Bigfoot or, because you definitely can't rule them out, right? And I guess I hit a hot button with a lot of people, and they, so it got like shit tons of comments back on that, and but I like doing it because it kind of gets an idea of where people's minds are at and some of this stuff, and then this guy just recently come back with the answer that science is allowed to invoke limitless unseen universes, even though in the previous any discussion of a supernatural or something is that is outside of the realm of science.
Right.
Now all of a sudden that's been completely turned inside out to where you can invoke limitless universes. I mean,
now I make the argument in several papers on this very point that you're discussing, that what's going on here is ultimately it's not so much that the rationalist, scientific, materialist, reductionist, physicalist has a problem with the mysterious or even possibly just almost kind of the supernatural. They just don't want to use that term. What they actually have a problem with is personalism. So they don't mind these fanciful sci-fi creative ideas about other dimensions and all that, and all these beings, space beings or whatever. You just can't have the idea that the highest level of reality is personal. So I make the argument that the ultimate metaphysical divide between someone like, say, myself or Richard Dawkins or any person of that opinion would be that they believe that ultimate reality is impersonal. So the guiding principle of reality at its highest level is irrational and impersonal. So there's nothing guiding the universe. There's no purpose or telos that pervades all of reality. The ultimate principle in that view has to be chaotic, right? So objective reality at that point is not meaningful inherently. It's only meaningful insofar as rebellious, fallen, autonomous man projects his own finite will to power onto reality. And so that's why they have the technocratic scientific view, because they have a problem with personalism. And that's also why Huxley, for example, in as I think I touched on last time, perennial philosophy, he says the absolute is fine. Believe in the absolute. We don't care, just so long as it's impersonal.
Right. Well, notice how elegantly, or maybe not so elegantly, but how that fits with your statist religion, which is I've come to the conclusion that statism is a religion, and that it is the predominant religion. I think it is even to many religious people who purport to be Christians or whatever their faith happens to be. I think that from my observation, at least, it's that the religion of the state is something that is like never questioned. It's something that not even is brought into the discussion of any question of its legitimacy. And then, there's this materialistic, naturalistic philosophy of things, I think fits well with that because, like you said, well, you could believe in any absolutes as long as they're not personal. Well, that puts mankind being the ultimate, product of evolution, or as being the pinnacle of the current material world, right? So then that would lend credence to the idea that out of humankind, the ones who are at the top of the social order are the ones who have they have a right to rule the lesser by nature.
Yeah, because personalism is not something, or the philosophy or theological belief of personhood is not something inherent in you or conferred upon you by any god. In the statist collective, personalism is accrued to you, granted to you by the state, and ultimately for the collectivists, when you reach a certain age, which allows them to have abortions up to, say, age 3. Because until you're useful to the social system, you're not accorded personhood. And there are plenty of Western philosophers who have posited these kinds of ideas. Even Hegel sort of hints at this, that personhood is actually sort of granted to you by your participation in the dialectical process in some way. All the way up to Peter Singer, who doesn't accord personhood to anyone over like age 3 or 4. I forget exactly what, but yes, exactly, all the same idea. And again, the denial of personhood is ultimately just a tool of granting personhood only to the technocratic elite, which is why they're going to have all the things that you want. So you're going to take the vaccines, you're going to do all that, You're going to get the statist brainwashing education. They're going to live as, was it Galton, I think, says, as wild men.
Right, and they keep themselves in the more natural state while they want to alter and what is the statement? Perfect that which has been left imperfect. I think that's one of the stated goals of the occult science or occult orders. Yeah,
and you're not going to have offspring. You're going to live in the big Walmart in a plastic coffin in a big Walmart city run by a computer, if they let you live. But they're going to live out in an estate in the country.
Right, because that is their birthright to do so, because, we're all just animals and a product of evolution, and yes. They are at the top of this, genetic lottery.
Which they've determined themselves.
Which they determine, yeah. They set all this criteria for what who's worthy and who's not, and oddly that is why I try to frequently point that out, that it is an extension of statism. The scientism and the materialism and all that is an extension of that, and those two things work hand in glove. And I mean, that's why you see it in all these different government established institutions of university system and museums that are taxpayer funded and all that, and of course public school, can't forget that, and
absolutely,
yeah, and the idea that Christians seem to have of, we need to lobby Congress or something, or we need to attend school board meetings so we can get intelligent design taught in school and stuff like that. As well, it will only happen as long as it serves the statist agenda, and they want to switch over to some model of panspermia or something like that.
Panspermia is intelligent design, so that
right, yeah, that's what I say. And then there's a lot of quotes from Francis Crick, and then even Richard Dawkins has said something to that effect, and
right.
these different high levels people promoting scientism, that they're definitely not nipping around the edges of it anymore. They're just kind of directly coming out with it, that this idea of panspermia and all that.
Yeah, and all the gender psyops and attacks that we're seeing are also classed under the attack on personhood. So it's not just, in my estimation, one of the criticisms I have of a lot of the libertarian or natural right, quote-unquote, philosophy, not that that's completely incorrect, but if we are relying on people like John Locke and these guys that are not very good philosophers for our social contract and all this kind of stuff as a theological basis or philosophical basis for our rights, these are faulty presuppositions, faulty starting points. They're not good places to start, because number one, it's bad philosophy, but it's also not accurate in terms of, in my view, theology, in terms of creation and what personhood is. So the attack on, for example, in Genesis, when Noah is discussing, when God's telling Noah why killing humans is wrong, he says, because man was made in the image of God. So right. The attack on a human person is an indirect attack on the divine persons. So, excuse me, there is a sense in which personhood is only exists communally. If a person, for example, has a Trinitarian view of the world, and in that regard, human persons model the divine society in that regard, in terms of interpersonal connections, being a mirror of divine interpersonal connections. But we don't swing to the end of the dialectic like the modern atheists and philosophers do by saying that personhood is only defined by some sort of collective social philosophy. And that's what they do. They define it solely through a collective group philosophy where you're accorded personhood by the state, essentially.
Yeah, and then how really unscientific that is, as far as well, the law. There's the laws of cause and effect, right? And those are established laws of science. Like with a statement that no effect can be greater than its cause.
Or how about this? For the progressive left types, we're supposed to believe that you're born gay, right? But a person is not born a person,
right?
And their gender is also something that's not determined by the chromosomes, which actually it is. Right? So that's completely irrational, completely contradictory. But in that worldview of relativism, who cares if you're contradictory? You believe anything.
Yeah, and then that's exactly what that guy was saying in the YouTube comments. He was coming back with it. Science is allowed to contradict itself because it is always searching for a better model of things. So in the process, it may contradict itself, and that's just science. And then later on, it corrects itself, and then but then it's like, okay, well then how does that lend itself to any particular dogma, or how do you establish any kind of any type of philosophy about the nature of reality based on something that is constantly in a state of flux?
Exactly, and that's that argument I gave earlier about ultimate reality being either based on some objective metaphysical principle that relates to personalism. You can transfer that same argument to epistemology, which is the philosophy of knowledge, or how we know things or come to know things. And you can say, well, look, if your worldview, your presuppositions are that ultimate reality is constantly in flux, then there's no stability to the philosophy of neo-Darwinianism. The philosophy itself has to be in flux. This is a really pretty simple, basic argument. It's not that complex of an argument. It may sound a little obtuse if you're new to it, but it's very simple, it's very clear, and it's just based on basic philosophical principles of saying, look, either you believe in some form of metaphysical absolute that's personal, some sort of God, or you believe that the highest level of reality is either unknown, unknowable, and therefore also, in some sense, just chaotic, or there's no unifying principle is really what it boils down to, a unifying metaphysical principle. And so none of those other views offer that or have that. And then what happens of necessity is that the rest of their system, their view, even if they might get some aspects of things right, you might have a neo-Darwinian biologist who studies the earthworm and gets things right about it, Nevertheless, he has no ability to make sense of how this thing means anything or how it fits into any kind of structure of classification that has anything meaningful, right? Because if we go back to Aristotle, he's the origin of the classification systems for biology that are used even still today. Aristotle, for his faults, at least believed in universals. Now, he made, I think, a big error in moving away from Plato's conception of universals having some sort of transcendent status, and instead collapsed everything transcendent into the here and now, which is the step towards empiricism and materialism, in my view. But he still recognized the importance of what in philosophy is called the problem of universals. And so I actually had I don't mean to ramble on, but I'll just make this real quick. I had an argument with some guys in a philosophy forum the other day about this. And they were just going nuts because everybody in it was, a hardcore physico-materialist. And I was just making a simple point that, look, you can't make that argument that everything is purely material. Because that argument itself, if we take that phrase, that proposition, and we put that into a very simple, basic form of or example of formal logic, what you're doing is making a universal statement that contradicts the proposition itself in what it claims. So you're saying that all reality is purely material, and all knowledge can only be known through empirical sense data. Neither of those claims can actually prove what they're claiming themselves. In other words, the claim itself cannot be substantiated based on what the claim claims. if that makes sense. Because it makes a universal claim. Once you make a universal claim, and then you say that we can only know things through sense experience, well, you're out of luck, because there's no amount of sense experience that can ever give you the status of a universal claim or universal knowledge.
Right, that's where this stuff starts to break down. It's like the commenter was saying, well, the science, is allowed to contradict itself, but science in quotes, this sort of which is not science. It's not based on observation or it's really based on just assertions and conjecture and stuff. It's right. Not really. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that could, because if they had something that they could point to and say, oh, here's a measurement or here's something, that they certainly would, but they don't do that. Especially like the multiverse or something like that. But okay, so they can contradict themselves, but logic can't. So that's like what you just got through saying. It's like where you're taking and applying logic, and where you start to take the fundamentals of logic and try to apply it to one of these assertions or some of this conjecture,
right? And
so I think we're getting at the point now with these philosophical aspects of these sciences stuff where you're seeing where it has definitely hit a wall, where it is now to the point where there's this grasping at straws, to the point where they're having to invoke something as absurd as limitless, virtually unlimited number of unseen, untestable universes where anything is possible. Now that is about as far afield as you can go, to the extreme of trying to get something that has some kind of explanatory power for what you observe in front of you and the reality that we're experiencing right now.
The other irony is that all of the supposed explanatory power that they believe that their theses have, that's actually illusory. And here's why it's illusory. Yes. It's illusory because of what we sometimes call the determinist fallacy. And what this is that if I have the belief that everything that I'm thinking, all my propositions in my head, beliefs, are only a product of determined causal chains of chemical reactions, then the truths that I think that I'm understanding about the world are not actually truths about the external world. They're merely chemical reactions in my head.
Right. And here's something else, Jay. It's that, okay, so you have this opposition to religion that is supposedly tied into this, materialistic philosophy based on so-called science. And now you have this enmity between so-called science and religion. Well, what you just got through saying is definitely, no doubt, their position where, whatever human behavior that you can observe is just simply a product of these chemical reactions and materialistic determinism, where that is something that is inset into the nature of material itself. Well, that would also include religion.
Correct.
religion is within that framework. So the existence of and religion, there's religions in some form through all cultures throughout. It's something that's it's basically universal. It's basically a given in the human experience to have this urge to worship or to recognize.
It would make all claims essentially meaningless, because you're saying in a meaningless universe, a meaningless causal chain of reactions cause me to have these beliefs in my head that I'm learning about the natural world, and I've learned the proposition. This is what I was asking these guys. I was like, look, just take this proposition itself, and the guy said, free will is an illusion. Everything is a determined material process. I said, okay, that sentence itself, free will is an illusion. Everything is a determined materialistic process. Your belief, that proposition in your head, also is part of that determined physical process. And so the beliefs that you have, those propositions, they're just as illusory as what you're saying about free will.
Right. And they were randomly generated, right?
Exactly. It's all chaos. Meaningless chaos. And so then also any invention that you have in your head about delineating between some sort of standard of which things are rational and are irrational, that's also irrational. So there's nothing rational about this position. It's complete nonsense, and it's that easy to tear it down too. You'll never lose this debate because they have no answer for that. So it's an all-encompassing, and the reason for that is because they don't understand the force of the claim that they start with. Right. They want their cake and to eat it too. So they want to have this all-encompassing starting point that they think eviscerates all religious claims. But they don't realize that claim itself is actually a religious claim, in the sense that it cannot be empirically justified or made sense of logically in the way that they conceive empiricism and logic to work. So it's all nonsense.
Right. It's just like I said, it's just some assertion that gets made, and then I guess the hope is, when they make that assertion, is that it will go unchallenged. And in the larger realm of the university structure and television, movies, public school system, like it goes unchallenged every day, and then it gets. But see, it is not something that is. Has the number of adherents that it does because of its, the weight of its arguments or its proofs or its evidence. It is through psychic driving,
yes,
and psychological techniques that it is widely accepted. And if you doubt that, just start to, go through those things that you were just talking about to anybody that subscribes to those beliefs, and then you'll see them essentially have a meltdown where they don't know how.
Yeah, they go nuts. Yeah, I've had that debate probably 200 times in my life, that very debate. You can also point out that all the math that they believe is their property. They own math and science and technology.
Right.
Well, the fact that we can build computers and rockets and all these things based on algorithms and these mathematical principles shows that these abstract principles, which are not material, are in some way, mystically, operant in the world. They work out there in the world, right?
Right.
Now, that means that in some way, these abstract concepts, numbers, principles, interact in a world of flux, such that they are not subject to constant change and flux. How that exactly happens, I don't think any human really knows. We don't know all the mysteries of mathematics and why the world works this way, but it does work that way. So the irony here is that the pragmatism and empiricism that they think they own actually backs up what I would believe. Right. I mean, it makes sense on my worldview how it is mathematical formulas don't change over time. They're invariant and they're conceptual, they're immaterial, yet they function consistently in regularity in nature through induction to build these things consistently. Right? We don't have to keep changing algorithms to build some equation for building a bridge because we think that tomorrow 2 + 2 will be 5. Right. So there's an assumed regularity for that. And it's not a regularity that we know based on any kind of empirical data, because it's not empirical. Mathematics has an empirical dimension to it. But a good way to refute, there's another debate I had last year with a bunch of guys in a math group, and they were empiricists. And I was like, how can you guys be empiricists, rank materialist empiricists, and consider yourselves into math theory and mathematics? These two things are complete opposites. He said, because, whatever their rambling answers were. But I said, look, there's a kiliogon, which is a 1,000-sided figure. No human being can have an empirical experience of all of these angles at any one time. You could zoom in on your computer and look at one little angle. Right? But you can never have a full empirical, visual, spatio-temporal experience of the fullness of a kiliogon. And yet this is a geometric form. Now that alone should be enough to show that empiricism is not true, because it's something that's obviously a real geometrical entity, if you will, that we do not empirically experience. And there are a host of other things that you can throw in as well, like Jorg Cantor's arguments for various infinities, right? I mean, zero or infinity, these are not empirical realities. And there's no way to, if somebody says, well, yeah, I turn the number 8 on its side, and that stands for, you're right, but that's the symbol, that's not infinity. So we know infinity is an actual mathematical concept. We know that it's real, it works, it's used in different sciences, but it's not something empirical. So that alone ought to be enough, you would think, to show the foolishness of that kind of position. But they don't really care, because it's not really a position interested in what's actually true. It's more of a, like I said, a will to power kind of idea.
Yeah, and that's scientism, right? That's how scientism is defined. Where it's this belief that the scientific method or the scientific process you can come to any conclusion about any truth there is to know about anything through that process. And I mean, you just gave some examples where, no, really you can't. It is just, a lot of things only exist conceptually,
right? And
that is another thing, that the very fact that things can exist conceptually and not materially, and then before they become a material reality, they can exist in a conceptual realm until they're acted upon by which is always the case. A conscious sentient mind that can take the conceptual reality and make it into material reality, and that is something you observe on a regular basis every day. When you see architecture, you see an automobile, you see anything that began as a conceptual entity and then was made into reality through a process of applied learning or taking and
Here. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, you see what I'm getting at. I'm kind of belaboring the point, but yeah.
Here's some great quotes from some of the world's most renowned mathematicians. Roger Penrose, for example, discussing the Mandelbrot set. He says, the complete details of the complication of the structure of Mandelbrot set cannot be fully comprehended by any human, nor can it be fully revealed by any computer. It would seem that this structure is not just part of our mind, but it has a reality of its own. The computer is being used in essentially the same way that the experimental physicist uses a piece of experimental apparatus to explore the structure of the physical world. The Mandelbrot set is not an invention of the human mind, which is what all of these materialists think. It was a discovery. Like Mount Everest, the Mandelbrot set is just there. Now, there's another great quote by believe it's Gerdell. Let's see what he says. No, excuse me. This is Penrose again. I imagine that whenever the mind perceives a mathematical idea, it makes contact with Plato's world of mathematical concepts. When one sees a mathematical truth, one's consciousness breaks through into this realm of ideas. It makes direct contact with it. When a mathematician communicates, this is made possible by each one. When mathematicians communicate, this is made possible by each one having a direct route to truth. The consciousness of each person is able to perceive these mathematical truths directly through a process of seeing. Since each can make contact with this Platonic realm directly, they can more readily communicate with one another. The mental images that each one has when making this Platonic contact might be rather different in each case, but the communication is possible because each is directly in contact with the same externally existing realm of forms. Now, I have argued this for years, so I was, of course, elated to see Roger Penrose make that argument. He even says, it is a feeling not uncommon amongst artists that in their greatest works they are revealing eternal truths, which have some kind of prior ethereal existence. I cannot help feeling that with mathematics, the case for believing in some kind of ether or eternal existence is a good deal stronger.
Right. It is. Well, then there exists too the golden ratio that it's also observable in the natural world, repeated over and over in different applications. And what I was talking about with things existing in conceptual reality, in order to bring them into material existence, you go through a process of dialoguing internally. You have this sort of ongoing dialogue is in your conscious, or you're maybe even invoking your subconscious mind, to where you have to take things through a process which involves a particular precise order, or maybe not exactly always a particular order, but take an example of building a house or a building or a structure. You have to do things in a particular order. You lay the foundation first, and then you go through another process. There's a whole process related to that has to be done in a certain order, and then it is always I guess what I'm getting at it's always a product of mind or consciousness. Like that sort of thing can't be arrived at through any other observed, and then here we go with observation, which is supposedly what science is based on. And so you could take that fact right there and propose a creator of the universe based on that through inductive reasoning, where you could say, well, here's the only place where this sort of thing comes from when you observe order in the universe, which we certainly do, and it is the only place where we see the material reality taking on a coherent structure, to where, like say in the DNA, where you have very specific arrangement of molecules to reach a desired goal, which the end product would be a biological creation, or the end product is a functioning biological machine. And that only comes about through a very, very specific arrangement of molecules that would constitute a language, which
Correct.
only comes from mind. Yeah.
Maximus the Confessor, the great Eastern theologian, speaks of what you're talking about as the logoi, and he says that the logoi are many, and the many logoi are one in the logos. And this is just basically the idea of a unifying principle in metaphysics based around logos theology, and as we know, the Logos is believed to be the eternally generated Son of the Father. So for Maximus, as an Eastern theologian, this completely revolutionizes his version of metaphysics. In other words, the Eastern presentation of metaphysics is quite unique in this regard. It does share similarities to Western theologians such as Aquinas or Augustine in terms of what they call divine exemplars, which is, again, just kind of a version of Platonism. But what you're saying about how these principles of meanings, which is what Maximus means by logoi, the archetypes or principles behind things or undergirding things, is their fixed status in terms of eternality. So almost you could view it like a mathematical equation of something, right? Even though a mathematical equation is somewhat limiting because it doesn't really describe the whole aspect of a person or being. It's merely one unifying way to think of a thing. But the principle or the pattern behind these things is very evident. And one more quote from Penrose that ties into what you're talking about. He says, "It's hard for me to believe, as some have tried to maintain, that such superb theories," and he's talking about really advanced mathematic theories, could have arisen merely by random natural selection. And this is what you would have to say on their view. Leaving only good ones as survivors, right? So as if some sort of survival of the fittest notion for really complex mathematical equations, which is completely retarded. Right, the good ones are simply much too good to be the survivors of ideas that have arisen from a random process. There must instead be some deep underlying reason for the accord between mathematics and physics, that is, between Plato's ideal formal world and the physical world. But see, none of these people understand that in order to have that bridge between those two realms, it requires quite a bit of beliefs that do not accord with materialism.
Oh, right. It doesn't. It will not lend itself to that. I mean, it is actually. I can't get over how just silly that the whole concept of, let's say, natural selection and
yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you were saying the whole...
it's trying to call John. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I reconnected the call, it automatically tries to connect everybody again. But yeah, I was saying that. Let's see, what was I saying?
You're saying natural selection.
Oh yeah, right, about natural selection. Yeah, so you're yeah. Let's try to like think through how this really goes down. You know, like how biological life is constantly evolving and changing. So so we could zoom in on the underlying structure, which is kind of this very specific order of molecules in this DNA, larger molecule of DNA, and so so we're waiting around for this piece of radiation to come down and just hit one of the molecules so that it pushes it over into a different arrangement that just so happens to be a very infinitesimally small and an unobservable progression towards some unforeseen future beneficial structure inside this organism that's gonna that is gonna later be evident in the whole progression of this random trial and error process of this random shuffling of molecules, and then but we can't observe it until it reaches the point where it will manifest itself into some sort of morphological change, like a new organ or a new. But we can't see it, but we're assured that this is happening all the time through all life. And that is just
it gets so ridiculous. Yes.
No, it is. Yeah, it is just absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at all from what we're told about the underlying nature of biology, which is this mechanics that's nanotechnology that is where you have these miniature factories that are doing all the processes of the cell. And the cell itself is a product of this set of instructions that is in each cell that gets transferred to the other through the
Right. That's key to understand, that cells and human biology are nanotechnology.
Right.
DNA, RNA, that is nanotechnology, and in fact, human creations of nanotechnology are mirrored on the principles of nature. That's the great secret, of course, is that all of the stuff that DARPA does is all mirrored and based on nature. So you study light and physics and reality, and that's how you go and do all your super duper tech stuff. And a bunch of mathematics as well. And meanwhile, everyone in the world is told that what's true is chaos, meaningless nihilism, Darwinism. There are no metaphysics. Everything is Newtonian, atomism, materialistic process. Right. So I think they intentionally tell everyone a load of bull, so that they'll be dumb and they won't figure anything out. And meanwhile, I'm quite confident they operate on a different metaphysics.
Oh yeah, you think so? Yeah, I tend to think so too.
Because if you have the metaphysic of Darwinism, something 200 years old, Newtonian atomism, there's no way you can make progress with completely incoherent systems. Now, I don't have all the details of how elaborate that kind of a conspiracy is, but I know how systems work and how philosophy of systems analysis and all that works, and I know how logic works. And if you have completely faulty starting points, the end results are not going to work.
Right.
It's no different than believing. Look, building a computer, a highly complex piece of machinery, requires, in my view, so many metaphysical presuppositions for it to come to be that there's no way that you can continually advance in that kind of a system without some alternate kind of metaphysics where all of reality isn't meaningless craziness. Now, That does not mean that every computer scientist has to consciously be aware of all the aspects of some other version of metaphysics. It just means that the guiding ideas behind these things, and for how they come to be and for how they progress into more and more complex forms, suggests that they're not part of a completely chaotic universe. So I kind of make a reverse argument for objective creatologist type metaphysics, actually based on a computer, because again, it all points back to these principles that we've outlined with Penrose, right? So what's required for that object to work is so many metaphysical, mathematical things that have to hold and be true, that it almost brings with it an entire structure of reality, right? So, for example, you couldn't have just a simple one, regularity in nature, right? We know that this complex logic machine, the computer, is going to perform all these different functions, and it's unless it gets a virus or something like that, it's going to work tomorrow as well, right?
Right.
And so that means that all of the logic and math that went into making this is true. Now,
Right.
propositions, mathematical equations, mathematical forms, numbers, they don't operate in isolation. They operate in unison with everything else in their set or in their group, or whatever kind of grouping we're speaking of in this hypothetical case. So they necessitate and they mirror one another. They're all part of a whole, right? And so for a computer to be working, it requires a whole bunch of parts working in unison, logically and coherently. And that suggests not just truths about the computer itself, but in fact you can extrapolate logical and metaphysical truths about the rest of reality. So that means that the universe is actually structured such that you can build a machine like a computer, and these logical and metaphysical principles will hold over time, which means that the entire worldview that is presented of complete meaninglessness is not true. Now that's a little bit perhaps obscure, but I think the argument holds, again, based on the crucial point that any one of these algorithms or truths about electricity and the way electricity works or whatever, they do not operate in isolation. Okay, so they bring with them a host of metaphysical assumptions and truths about the world, and that itself is actually a big metaphysical truth, that they can work together in unison to perform a higher logical function than they do in isolation. Do you follow me?
Right. I say this from time to time. It's try to break it down to the most simplest terms I can. Is that, I mean, what reason is there for anything to work?
Yes. Right.
And the fact that the material world that we inhabit here, that things do work, and that it is so it's so evident to me that there's underlying principles involved to everything, a coherence to everything, that and you know what the examples you gave are really good examples of how you can take that and build upon it, but you're really just using what already exists to and reconfiguring it to a certain purpose, theologically, or the view that things have a purpose and an intent, but behind them, and that
yes.
and that that's the underlying the underlying nature of reality that is itself that you're dealing with. So it's something that is even beyond the bounds of evolution, natural selection, or any kind of process like that, because you're talking about something that exists within the inherent fabric of reality.
Right, and you're taking it even to another level and saying that I can combine a whole bunch of abstract principles and ideas, and I can create basically a magic mirror machine, a computer, a magic mirror, and it will continue to work and do processes that are quite amazing. So again, the high complexity of what all is involved in this machine and for it to work, I have to stress, brings with it a whole bunch of metaphysical truths. Now, I'm not saying by this that means that like transhumanism is true, and therefore, no, I'm just taking the computer itself as it is, this laptop in front of me, this iPhone, whatever, and saying, look at what all has gone into this. And in fact, as I understand, iPhones or Apple stuff now is so complex that it actually requires other computers to build iPhones. Now, that means that we're reaching a point where the sophistication and complexity of the technology is such that I mean, it's probably already, unfathomable, at least in regards to what we know in the public realm.
Mm-hmm.
And that means, I think, that not that there's some like great computer god. What I'm saying is that it suggests that this piece of machinery is built on a principle of mirroring things in nature that could only work if reality is highly structured. That's basically the point that I'm getting at.
No, I totally agree. It's this. You see it through the technology that's been created by humankind, that it proves, it makes the case for the ultimate creator that that this can be done, and it's through it's a product of consciousness. It's a product of mind.
And I'm not just making the argument of teleology, right? I'm not making the argument that of the blind watchmaker, that, well, I found a watch, so that suggests that somebody designed it. No. I'm saying you could take any one of the equations or mathematical principles that go into building a computer, and you can take that, just like the propositions we were looking at earlier with the materialist scientist scientistic type. Take that equation and consider it abstractly as itself. There are all kinds of metaphysical principles that are involved in and are necessitated by how that can be true. And obviously it is true because it builds computers. And what that requires is an entire world that operates a certain way, right? And this is a principle that Leibniz elucidated many times, and I think he's right about this. So you can't have a world where tomorrow those principles are not going to be true. You can't have a world where tomorrow symbols no longer correspond to concepts and meaning. You can't have a world where suddenly time moves in reverse. You can't have a world where suddenly non-being turns into being. I don't know. I'm just thinking off the top of my head here. Right?
Well, that's
and what we call these things in philosophy, we call them transcendentals or presuppositions. Kant overall is wrong. I do think he's right about this aspect, though. So what he calls transcendental categories that relate to the mind, he thinks it's all mental. He's actually, I think, correct insofar as what's a transcendental category in the mind actually corresponds to objective reality as well. So in other words, the fact that you can have these highly abstracted transcendental categories that are mental, the fact that you can build a computer shows that they translate into the external world as well. And if they translate into the external world, then that means that the fundamental fabric of the external world, the world as a whole, is actually psyche or mind, and that means that it has to be a divine mind, because there's no human mind that is the fundamental fabric of all reality.
Unless you want to invoke the multiverse theory.
Unless you want to be a New Ager and believe in scientism's version of religion, the multiverse, exactly.
Yeah, the multiverse, where everything is possible, and there is no improbable, because all possible configurations of reality exist somewhere, so that we're in the one reality or the one universe that has everything right, the anthropic principle that allows for the existence of life, and there's limitless universes out there that don't, and we just happen to be in the one that does. So we won the cosmic lottery, so to speak, and then that's how we're able to have these discussions. And it's really, I think, the only way to even make materialism remotely tenable as a philosophy is that because like all the stuff you went into, I think is known in the scientific community on to one extent or another, certainly, and it just inevitably is forcing everything into this one particular direction, where it's like, well, you have to deal with these fundamental underlying principles of the universe,
right?
That can't be that you can't get around it,
and you can't collapse those into the material realm and into the immediacy of the temporal and into a sort of linear flattening of all reality. Right? So it's almost like Flatland, the Abbott Victorian novel by Abbott, where everything is 2D and you know they have no conception of anything 3D because they live Mr. Square and Mr. Triangle live in a 2D world. So when someone tries to tell them about something 3D, they think he's crazy because something 3D actually still looks 2D. Right? Because there actually is a great, I don't recommend Carl Sagan, but Carl Sagan has a good video on YouTube about a hypercube or a tesseract, which is 100% mathematically a true thing. There are tesseracts, they are mathematically certain. But we don't know exactly what that looks like or how it looks, right? And he gives a good explanation of a tesseract based on Abbott's book Flatland. Again, obviously Sagan was very much of the scientism crew, but yet another one of these mysterious members of scientism who also seems to promote these weird New Agey alienist ideas. So, you know, for Sagan, this is how there are interdimensional beings, I guess, is because they exist in the dimension above ours. But again, I mean, it's odd to me that these people have no problem admitting higher dimensions based on mathematics, but anything that you call a spiritual realm is crazy.
No, it's it's just to me it's just, I think the very definition of irrational thinking, you know, or contradictory thinking, or
and they've been very crafty in already framing any debate of this nature where anyone who believes in anything religious or metaphysical, that's already been relegated to the realm of theism or a leap of faith. That's irrational. Right. Science, math, these are supposedly rational, when actually what's the case is that divide is far less clear than they would like it to be, because their beliefs in mathematical principles are also not empirically demonstrable, and so therefore they are in some sense faith-based. We don't empirically perceive mathematical principles. We just don't. Yet everyone believes in them.
Right. They can, but you know, they're a product of mind, and they're a product of a process that a mind has undergone to arrive at those conclusions. And
yeah, but they stupidly believe that humans invented them.
That's the problem.
That was the point
problem,
that Roger
right?
Penrose is making, who, you know, is one of the top mathematicians in the world at Oxford and the father of Penrose tiling. He says, do you realize how dumb it is to say that the Mandelbrot set is an invention of the human mind? It can't even be pictured accurately and completely by a computer.
Well, it's the whole when you're talking about the DNA molecule, and it has what was it described as sequence specificity, where you know its particular arrangement of molecules is, you know, it is actually analogous to a computer code to a large degree, to
Absolutely.
the point where it has subdirectories like your computer has a filing system. The DNA code has a filing system.
And as I understand, according to Douglas Hofstadter's Gödel Escher Bach book, he's one of the top, that's a Pulitzer Prize winning mammoth book that's really difficult. I still haven't completed the entire work because it's just so long, but he works in AI, just super smart guy. He brings up all these issues, and he says, look, RNA kind of prints the code, and we don't know. We don't know like where this code comes from. We know it kind of comes out of this thing like a tape strip, he says. But we don't know why it does this or how it does this. He says it's a magical mystery, and this is one of the top AI guys. So he's working on trying to build an AI system that mimics this thing that he says nobody has a clue how this is going on.
Yeah, I just recently ran across an article where it makes the statement that the DNA is not a code; it's actually an app. It's more analogous to it.
The DNA is what reads and runs it, and the RNA is what prints it.
Yeah,
as I understand.
So it is not. It's not that it's just taking a string of code and running it through and building it. There's also all this other stuff within the DNA that handles when it does it and how it does it and at what specific time and the timing and the coordination of it so it says, like, a better analogy would be like an application, like a computer app.
Correct. Yeah, he uses the analogy of the old school cassette, and then the tape head that would read the printed the magnetic strip. So the RNA is the printed strip, and then the DNA is the tape head that reads it and then kind of sings it into reality. Because actually, in my opinion, at a deeper level, sound is very much involved in a lot of this. And so, if we look at something like cymatics, which is the way that different notes and frequencies produce patterns, which again harkens back to all that Pythagorean stuff. All of reality ultimately is operating at a different sound frequency ultimately.
Yeah, different vibrational fields that will,
and not in a super weird New Age sense, but actually in a very clear, defined mathematical sense.
Right, where, I think that, what they talk about in quantum theory, where, based on the observer, you're going to get a different behavior, right, from the...
Yes, I have an argument as to why I think that is, since we've gotten really deep here. There is a paper that I have linked into a couple articles at my site. One of them is called... Let's see. There's energetic aether metaphysics is one of the papers or one of the pieces I did. There's another piece called Light and the Feel of Numbers that I did that I think mentions this. There's one more, Creation Metaphysics, I think, about Dr. Philip Sherrard. Anyway, one of those or two of those, this is years ago, will cite a paper, Pitt.edu, Pittsburgh University. And the paper is about Carl Jung and Wolfgang Pauli and their interactions. And there's an interesting argument that made there, and I'm not adhering to all the Gnostic principles of Carl Jung or any of that, but Pauli based all of his quantum physics on the metaphysics of Platonism. So that's how he was able to make quite a few pretty amazing discoveries, just like Werner Heisenberg. And what is posited in that paper between the Jung-Pauli interaction is the idea that, what I was saying earlier, the basis of reality has to be psyche, not just matter. Because right. if it's pure matter, then there's no way that we can bridge the gap between the archetypes in our mind or in our subconscious and meaning in the external world. And this is the whole problem that they were trying to deal with in their interactions back and forth. And so Pauli came to the conclusion that, well, Jung has to be right. I actually have to have some linking factor, some bridge that links the principles of thought in my mind, archetypes, and the principles that are operant out there in the world. And he says what that has to be is in some way psyche. Now, I would have caveats to that because it would not adhere to a full anima mundi, soul of the world principle of Platonism. But there's something kind of right about this in the sense that in the Eastern metaphysic it would be divine energy, would be the principle, the logos, the logoi, etc. The logoi are the principles of things, and because the mind is essentially a manifestation of logos. That's why there's a correspondence between the inner world of our thoughts and our soul and the external world of physical reality. And by the way, logos is in some way sound, the word of God, right? So the expression of divine meaning is why there's cymatics, why sound gives rise to form.
Yeah, and then there's the passage in the Gospel of John. In the beginning was a Word, and the Word was God, and the Word took on human form and walked among us. The logos, that's the word. The how it's translated in the Greek is the Greek word is logos.
This idea, by the way, is also in other traditions. Now, I'm not at all advocating Hinduism, but the Hindus have an interesting conception of a thought form, which they call the yantra. So when you see mandalas, the yantra is the idea that you can invoke certain sounds or vibrations through looking at this image, and then intonation at a certain note or whatever for a certain period of time, and this, I guess, puts you in an altered state where you're contacting deities or something. But the idea is kind of the same here, where sound is given form in music, right? So we just have a bunch of sounds that don't mean anything or particularly sound good, but we like music because it's sound given a specific ordered form. And so in the same way, logic is thought given form, and say geometry, for example, is math given form in space.
Right, and then the existence of a code or an app is something that is external. It's separate from the material, from the
Exactly.
the DNA molecule. It's not something that is necessarily inherent within the anything that is a materialistic property of the molecule. In other words, like, there is no like positive or negative charge that lends itself to organize itself in that particular way. It is something that is there, that is which in the same way, analogous to, like, if you were to take like a compact disc that has the works of Mozart, and you put it into your CD player, and it plays, Mozart's compositions, and and then if you were to examine the material that is being translated by your machinery in your CD player, you're going to see just information that it's taken on the form of different bits and bytes of like computer code, or that gets translated and turned into something through a process that is coherent, and then it can invoke emotions, or whatever the music does, or what you're listening to it for. And it is something that is external and separate from the material itself. Like there's only one way that you can get Mozart music on a CD, and that's a very specific arrangement of those bits and bytes that is imprinted into that material. And in the same way, the DNA molecule is just that. It's just you have the molecule, but you have the specific arrangement of those of the different molecules themselves that is within that larger molecule that can take on different arrangements depending on what type of organism that you're talking about. But yeah, when it's expressed, it is going to give you a result that is a coherent result that is only an expression of the information that is there. It has nothing to do with the material itself. The material itself is only a vehicle for the
Exactly,
information.
which is why I like Hofstadter's analogy of the cassette tape playing music, right? Because when this strip is sent out and it's expressed, it's as if it's playing a tune.
Yeah, and then where did that come from?
Exactly.
Where does that come from? It's
no
like
one knows.
Right, no one knows, and then there's no really logical explanation given other than random chance, like a random chance process, which is random mutation and natural selection, which natural selection can't create by definition. It can only select, so it only can select the product of random shuffling.
Correct. Yeah, and I should have been a little clearer, I think, earlier when I was talking about the Timaeus and the sort of molecular or atomic structure reality. What I was getting at was the Platonic solids, as they're called in classic geometry and mathematics. So if you look at the dodecahedron and these different polygons and forms like this, these are what make up nature in the world. And that's really what we're talking about here. Is just you can, if we go from our level of reality, then we go down to the molecular, and then we go down to the atomic, and then we go down even further, possibly. Same with what you're talking about with the body, and then down to the cell, and down to the DNA. This is the principle that the Greeks called nomon, which is what I was, talking about at the beginning, and that's just that the smaller levels are mirrored in the larger levels, like a hologram. Mm-hmm. And that shows, again, that at these different levels, it's all harmonious and operating in a certain structured way. It's not random and happenstance, chaotic. It's highly, highly structured. And that's ultimately the complete disproof of that whole nonsense, meaningless chaos worldview, and it's staring them right in the face every day. But they're so. This is just the flaw of fallen humans. They're so sold on an ideology that they've been indoctrinated with that they think gives them sort of the upper hand. What I wrote about in my IQ psyops and civilization piece, that there's an ego wall. The ego operates as a firewall that I think sort of tends to battle internally between what men intuitively directly know is true, that they suppress in favor for some lie that they think will give them security and ultimately divinity, and it's a lie. It's a ruse.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it is. It is. It's so contradictory. I mean, it's so self-contradictory. It's amazing how it is just continually, perpetuated, and it is not based on observation. It's based solely on just which I believe is techniques that. Sophistry and ways to manipulate thought.
Fallacy of authority. Well, the Royal Society said this. It is therefore true.
Right, and then so you take the position yourself that at some of the higher levels that they have a completely different philosophical view that allows them to do real sciences.
I'm of that opinion based on evidence that people have seen me, that have sent me in statements I've seen from Kurt Gödel's is a classic example. So there's a blog called Gödelian Mysteries, and they have a site there, or they have a post there about this very thing, where Gödel discussed his shock when he realized what Bertrand Russell was really saying, that everyone would be brainwashed and ultimately killed in the coming technocratic state. And so he was surprised to, as he said, discover a conspiracy to make men dumber. That's what Gödel said.
Yeah.
And I'm of the opinion that this may be why he was believed to be insane in his later days. It's entirely possible he actually was threatened or persecuted because he was considered the greatest logician of the 20th century. And here he is freaking out because of what he's realized Bertrand Russell and his crew, cabal, want to do. And we've seen this, I think, with, again, this is just speculation on my part, but we've seen this with different, math geniuses of this caliber. John Nash. There's some weird interactions between John Nash and the NSA that are hinted at in Beautiful Mind. Who knows? I'm not saying for certain that he didn't just go crazy or wasn't schizophrenic or whatever, but we just don't know. And of course, the establishment is not beyond. As Bertrand Russell said, you don't go along, you're dead.
Right. Yeah.
Particularly amongst the academic class is who he's talking about. He's saying we really have to worry about prominent academic types who don't go along.
Yeah, there's this, I wish I could remember, because it's been a while since I've seen this documentary, and I can't even remember the name of it. I wish I could remember the name of it. But what it goes into, and the name will probably pop into my head as I'm talking about it, but it's going into how biology goes through different processes in its developmental cycles, where, like, the embryo will have, it will create a lot of cells that later on get discarded, and there's sort of this scaffolding that gets built, and then later on is discarded, and then that is like something that's sort of a fundamental process of organizing life, and it's seen throughout nature. And so this whole observation has been taken, I believe, by the elite. It doesn't really spell this out in this documentary, but I kind of gathered that while I was watching it, and I said, well, I think this is sort of kind of intrinsic in the belief system of the elite classes, in that they see society, or the unwashed masses, or the proletariat, or whatever you want to call the population in general, as a part of a process that is analogous to what you observe in nature, to where they see it as sort of like it is a part of the evolution of mankind in order to achieve this ideal utopia, or this greater society, that that scaffolding, or that the extraneous masses will have to at a certain point in the evolution of this process.
They're sort of like the
discarded.
They're the dead skin cells that are discarded.
Right.
This is the model of Plato in the Republic, where he classifies men according to different metals. Paul as well uses this analogy in Corinthians. So you can have in Plato bronze, silver, gold classes of men, and this goes into sort of the metallurgical analogy for the Republic. And this also fits into Plato's creatology, or his cosmogony, in terms of the Timaeus, where the universe is conceived of as a body, a being, or that macrocosmic principle that Maximus the Confessor also writes about. And in this regard, the gold men are the men, the wise men, the elite, those who are the philosopher kings, and then of course below them the guardian class, the silver, and then you have the unwashed masses who function as the sort of the external body.
Right.
And yeah, this is the classic hermetic alchemico, allegory of not just civilization's process, not just the republic's process, not just the individual's process, and not just history's process, but the entire universe's process.
Yeah, and the name of this documentary I was trying to think of is called, I'm pretty sure this is it, is Death by Design, where parallel worlds meet, the life and times of life and times.
Oh, that sounds neat. I'll have to watch that. Now that idea pops up often, where you see them talking about how they need to kind of do a kickstart for evolution, right?
Right.
Yeah,
that's eugenics.
So, exactly, and even some of the nuclear madmen theorists. I understand your position on nukes, but you see some of the RAND people even kind of thinking, well, maybe we need some kind of, if not nuclear, global war can in some way propel the process of evolution in a kind of a man-made punctuated equilibrium.
Right. Yeah. That's what they're into. That's what they're about. I believe that from,
which is also a Marxist idea. Marx's idea was that you could only have progress through dialectical clash, which is why Marx wrote a dedication to Darwin for Das Kapital.
Yeah, and it's all based on these concepts, which are observed in nature, and then the whole materialistic view outlook of biology and how why it exists. I think it does lend itself to that if you're just looking at from that purely materialistic standpoint of, okay, mankind we're simply animals, and that's all we are, and we're just a product of these chemical processes, and
right, and then that's where the noble lie comes in, is that they see religion and state-run religion as a necessary evil because of the stupidity of everyone. It's like when this is sort of the point of the apology, is that from their perspective, Socrates trying to free those entrapped by the phantasms and shadows on the wall of the cave, they are mad at him for doing that. That they would rather kill him and be entranced by the phantasms and the shadows than to actually know what's true. So for them, the allegory of the cave is something a little different. So it ties more so into the noble lie, the idea that the state has to create a religious deception, because that's how you manage populations. That's how you manage the herd that way, because the herd has no interest in leaving the herd.
Right. There's a question that I've heard brought out about why there are so many people currently on the planet. 6 billion people or whoever, whether that figure can be believed, I don't know, but there does seem to be quite a few people, and I've heard it proposed that there is just something about the creation of genius, like a genius level IQ, only occurs out of a certain number of births. Then you'll have somebody that's born with like a really high IQ, like way off the charts, like a 200 maybe above or something like that. Something that is way extraordinary as far as the average person, and that cannot be artificially induced. There's no way scientifically to artificially induce that a 200 level IQ. So so it is necessary to have, of course, these high IQ people working and they get recruited into the, to work on the sciences and real scientific technology that's, kept from the average person, to whatever it is, this goal of life extension or immortality. So you have to get in some really heavy duty sciences in order to get anywhere with that. So they need an army of the high IQ types in order to carry this stuff out, or even make it plausible to even get anywhere as far as these sciences. So it necessitates allowing the population to get as big as it has, because there's no way around getting those high IQ types without expanding the population. And I thought that was an interesting explanation of why the population is allowed to be gotten as big as it has.
That's an interesting argument. Yeah, I'm not sure. That was probably just my guess on this. That was probably true up to the 50s and 60s. But my guess would be that genetics is probably advancing to the point where they probably can tinker with what will produce high IQ people. But I'm not sure on that. But I mean, yeah, if you read enough of the late 19th and into the 20th century race theorists, I mean, that's all they talk about. That's all Francis Galton writes about. So, how to breed humans in a certain way, such as to create optimal results. But prior to the discovery of DNA and all that, I don't know. You see these articles that China claims that they're going to, genetically modify children to be geniuses, and who knows how true that is, or how much that's news propaganda. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Who really knows? It's just that is a good question, though. I think, as far as why, because there's multiple different ways that they can artificially suppress the population so that it doesn't grow as large as it has, and it's just curious that it is there's this many people around, and that it seemed like there would be some kind of purpose behind it, and that's the one I heard that made the most sense. But
that is an interesting argument. Now, I would like to get your opinion on something I've been reading about, researching in the last year a little more in depth, is cloning. To what degree do you think some of these kind of like nukes may be exaggerated, or we don't even know what kind of bombs are going on? They could entirely make up exotic weaponry. We don't know. But I wonder at times too if in some of the transhumanist stuff, some of the cloning stuff, they might not just be saying these things. Now, I don't doubt that they have advanced things like that, but I think we always have to consider the possibility of deception in those areas too, because we know they want to promote transhumanism, and one of the things that they want to sell for transhumanism is the idea of the AI being conscious. So I've always entertained the possibility that they will create a really convincing simulacra or program that will fool people into thinking, look, it's conscious. There was an article in Science Daily or Science Digest a couple days ago that was supposedly a conversation between the latest AI and at Google and some of the developers. And to me, it just looked so almost staged. I'm skeptical of it, because the guys, the nerds, are talking to the computer and they're saying, who's the greatest human being? And the computer spits back, Bill Gates. Now, to me, that sounds like a program that Bill Gates and his cronies would write.
Yeah. That's. Yeah, I have the same thoughts there. I mean, I've made that statement whenever that subject matter comes up, that you're seeing it now with the development of like the Google talking. You ask it a question and it comes back with an answer, and you don't really have to be real careful of how you exactly phrase the question. Like, I remember the older, being a Mac user, they had something on the Mac that was, where you give it voice commands, but you have to really, get up to the speaker, and you have to really enunciate your words properly and speak slowly, and then sometimes it understands you and sometimes it doesn't. But now that's getting to the point where it's getting really sophisticated. And I think that all had to do with the matter of bandwidth and processing, because it gets, from what I understand, the way it works, like you give Siri a question, it records your voice on the fly, it takes it to a server somewhere, wherever it happens to be, it processes it on these big number crunching super fast computers, and then it processes the result and then sends it back to you within a matter of seconds. And it is I think it's really good. It's getting to the point where already it's getting really good at it's getting close to somewhere where it's almost human like, but not quite, of course. But yeah, I agree. I think that this whole artificial intelligence thing is something that we're going to see more of in the future, and I think they're acclimating people and warming everybody up to the idea of this, to where it'll be like in the I brought this out on the call a couple of calls ago, where there's a scene in that George Lucas film THX 1138 where a guy goes in the confessional. Have you seen that? And he's talking to the
yeah. I love that film. Yeah,
that is pretty.
Blessings of the masses, blessings of the state.
Yeah, I love that. It's like really monotone.
It's real fake and synthetic.
Yeah, I think that's the what they're showing there is something I think that is going to be maybe not in that exact manifestation, but in a way where people are getting more and more accustomed to that, to where it'll get to the point where you'll get like counseling, or you'll get advice.
You've got to see the Spike Jonze film Her, if you haven't.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I've got an analysis of that I recommend, because what I did was I went and looked at all the press type stuff from Apple and these different entities, and as of now, the coming redo of Siri will be Viv, and Viv will be, as I understand, the next incarnation. Won't be exactly, obviously, it won't be as sophisticated as Scarlett Johansson's character in Her, but it will be able to do a lot more in the way that you're describing. It will be able to, I don't want to say think on its own, because thinking is presupposes that this is a conscious person, but it will be able to, in a synthetic way, learn, and it will learn about you. And so it will be, like you said, more of a counselor, and in fact it will be a personal assistant, is the way that the tech press releases are describing it. So it'll be like you having your own little sort of Scarlett Johansson personal assistant. And now I speculate that in the next incarnation after that, it probably will be like Scarlett Johansson in the film. Now again, I'm not saying it'll be live. It's not, AI is not coming alive or any sort of Terminator nonsense.
No.
But I definitely think what they will do is all of this is geared towards controlling people through basic desires. And what's the most basic desire people have? Human companionship and love. And if they can give a synthetic version of that, then they have defeated humanity, ultimately. So I think that will be sort of the ultimate test tube, will be, can we sell them on not just internet porn, not just video games. What if it were the ultimate thing? What if it were giving you the synthetic emotion of love, right? Because you're just watching screens, you're not really falling in love with some porn star, or you're not falling in love with a Farmville or Facebook or whatever.
Right.
There's a level of non-interaction from the other end. But if you can have an AI that is tailored to each person and can give them the sense that they are in a relationship, I think that would be the ultimate destruction. And that's really what that film's about. And it looks to me as if that film worked pretty closely with Apple. The whole cinematography even seems to have an Apple-esque look to it. So I would speculate that, given what DARPA and the different people at Apple that are working on Viv are saying, I think that's a very real possibility, although not as Hollywood as that film, of course.
No, I think so. But ultimately, it will be just mimicry.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Very good mimicry. And, it is, it's really predicated on how many inputs that they can put into the program.
Well, that's what the whole internet is, and that's what Ex Machina was about, was building the global brain, and that's what the DARPA Apple press releases about Viv say. They say, look, we're building a global brain, and the global brain is going to be able to interact and integrate everything. At least that's their goal.
Yeah, that's been in science fiction. That's appeared in Star Trek, and then it's been in another example is that you ever watch the Iron Man, the recent film that come out, and then he's got the guy he talks to, and it's a artificial intelligent thing, but he can just have a conversation with this thing and talk to it like you talk to a person.
Curtis, or I forget exactly what he calls it, but
Jeeves or
something like that, right?
Jarvis,
yeah, and also the goofy Resident Evil series has the Red Queen, and the Red Queen is the big AI, and she appears as a little girl. In the Terminator series, Skynet is also a woman. So I think it's very fascinating that it's quite consistently, except for Iron Man, it's always a woman, which I think suggests sort of the matrix of the womb. And in fact, some of the deep research speaks of it that way. The actual tech research, it's the global brain is kind of like a the feminine Sophia, if you will, of the synthetic tech of the internet. The internet is that deep. I speculate, as well as another writer, J.C. Collins at Philosophy of Metrics, has an interesting piece on. We both speculated that perhaps the internet and the global brain will function as a sort of back in the background subconscious for the individual AI systems that you have in your different iPads or whatever. So it'll be able to be tailored to you individually, but it'll also be able to, in a mimic sense, pull from a sort of synthetic subconscious in much the same way as Google might pull up different search results. And the reason I say this is because it really kind of blew me away that was actually what's presented in the sci-fi film Ex Machina that just came out. So if you haven't seen it, I'd recommend that, because the robot chick that they make, the Facebook Google type guy who's running it, he says, I needed the entire history of Facebook and Google searches to create a subconscious for her to draw from, so that even though it's not real, but he's saying in the film, so that she could have some sort of spontaneous will.
Right, yeah, I did see that. I saw that film. Yeah, right, that's where he said that he wasn't able to do that on his own. Like but he was able to take and funnel that information and build something that would funnel that information and use it. And I've talked about that before with these voice recognition technology. How it's been around for some time. I think it was in OS 9 on the Mac, where you give the voice commands, and then but when they're putting this out, and they didn't really advertise it as a feature or anything. It was just kind of one of those things that was there, and then you can use it, but it's not functional enough to be a feature. So it's sort of this thing that's in beta, that's perpetually in beta until I think they finally released it as Siri, as a fully formed product.
Right.
When they got to the point where they had the where bandwidth became ubiquitous to the point where they could actually take your recorded voice and send it back, where it'd be feasible as something that would people would use. They couldn't have it to where you're trying to use it across dial-up, like where you ask it a question and then like 10 minutes later it's coming back with an answer, Right. But I believe that the fundamental principle, was there, which is like a lot of this stuff is that they take, it's in this developmental phase, and then it is put out and it's put into the population and to beta test, and then they can glean so much information about how people interact with it and use it, because it's constantly monitoring that stuff all the time, and then they take that information and they put it into the further development of the product or the software. And but the idea, like what you're talking about there, that they showed in that film, that all this the social media and the stuff that everybody's using and voluntarily putting so much information into, and then even Google with your what you search for.
Yes.
That all that information being fed into these learning computers that they say that they have now, with the some of the stuff that's come out of MIT and stuff like that, where they have these robots that supposedly learn,
Right, and there was a woman who was on John Wells' show, who posted a whole bunch of, I can't remember her name, but she posted a whole bunch of documents relating to her thesis on Jade Helm. And a couple of days ago, I went and I spent a couple of hours reading through those white papers, and I think she's probably pretty much right. So I wrote an article on Jade Helm, positing that based on some older global research pieces and some other white papers that I dug up, that it looks to be more of a game theory, computer wargaming model system. Based on game social media data and how people are reacting and all that. Well, she actually dug up quite a treasure trove of stuff on that, and it looks to be a Raytheon ABN system that, so the documents claim, uses actual quantum computing to process this mass amount of data, and so. Yes, at least the documents claim that it's kind of a self-learning AI that is able to wargame the best scenario based on these mass movements.
Yeah, I guess the way I understand self-learning is it's not that it's actually conscious and then it's self-learning in the way that a human being does. I think that it is some way that they have set up the software so that it can prioritize data, like, you know, it has a way, some algorithms that are built in to recognize, you know, extraneous data and differentiate it on the fly. And then, yeah, it's not literally a thinking. It's not thinking, but it's actually something that's maybe mimics a thinking process to some extent. But yeah, it's, you know, because, you know, people get all uptight about, oh yeah, the NSA is monitoring phone calls and stuff, and then, you know, of course, there's been recently this so-called debate about this stuff, or, oh yeah, well, what is going on? That, and, you know, one thing that's never touched on is like, well, okay, what is, because there has to be some practical reason why they're you know, harvesting all this data from everybody, and a way to take it and put it into something that can process it and use it, because that is beyond the scope of human beings at this point, to take that much information and do anything practical with it.
Yeah, and I think that's what some of the, I think it was in my analysis of her, I think I included some of the clips on quantum computers that they work on at Oak Ridge, which is a former facility for the A-bomb in Tennessee, under the Manhattan Project, which now is owned by the NSA, and is where they build the supercomputers. So it connects with the facility in Utah that the NSA built. And I think that that's absolutely what it is. They take all the mass data and they're collating it for the AI in the very way that it is revealed in Ex Machina.
Oh yeah,
It's not that they care about you or me. It's more so that they need all of this to function in this kind of global brainwave.
Well, I've talked about this in the context of this idea that I subscribe to, that, you know, civilization as a whole, it is, well, I mean, you could go look up the actual definition of what civilization is, and then one of the descriptors is that it is the domestication of animals and human beings, and like, we are domesticated. We're a domesticated product, just like a lot of, you know, farm animals and farm factories are.
Well, I was going to say, as I understand, based on what I've seen in the Cornell Law Code, I'm no specialist in reading law codes, which are very, very boring, but the presentation that Clint Richardson has of the law code defining humans as what it says, man and other animals, is the basis for human testing and human alteration, biological testing. And so when you look at the other section of the code where it says that biological testing can be done on, for safety reasons. So all they have to do is say, well, we are testing you for your safety. And the clause that you are classified as an animal, right? So human and other animals. So those are interchangeable. So as long as animal testing is legal, human testing is legal, because humans are other animals.
Well, I mean, isn't that also allowed in the Constitution? Because doesn't the Constitution say something about whatever is conducive to the general welfare?
Exactly.
Good that point. Would fall under that.
That's a great point.
Category, I think.
Yeah, that's that utilitarian principle there.
Yeah, and I do believe that it is. We are farmed in, of course, not exactly the same way as like a domesticated turkey or any other farm animal, but we are farmed. I'm totally convinced of that, and our energies are extracted, our work is extracted. Obviously, I mean, that's I don't think I get too much argument against that, but in order to manage the herd, you have to have a higher degree of sophistication as far as ways to keep everybody on the path, so to speak, and with maybe a lesser animal like a turkey or something. All you need is you throw some feed out there on the ground. You got some turkey chutes, and you got some to go through and to keep them corralled, and they'll stay within their confined area, and they're so kind of domesticated to the point where they don't put up much of a struggle. And if you contrast them to like a wild turkey, you have it's almost like a completely different species, even though they're the same, fundamentally genetically. Yep. But I think humans there's a lot of analogies between the so-called civilized human being and this artificial intelligence. And back to that subject is that these big number crunching machines and the aggregating all this data and all that. I think that it's going to be multiple uses and multiple applications, but I think the end result of it is, or the really primary purpose behind it, is more efficient herd management in the system.
Yes, right.
To upgrade the system and to make everything more efficient to the liking of the people who run the show.
Yeah, and to eliminate human error, right? Because the elites recognize that elites in the past have been corrupted and fell subject to their own error. But if you could create a logic-based computer system that could run technocracy, then presumably it would never fall. So they think.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the idea behind it. It's to make it, first, to glean greater insight than what they already have, which is very extensive, I believe, insight into how the human psyche functions.
Correct, right. And
then give that over to a machine that would be better at, among other things, developing propaganda that is more effective. And then I think it is to the point now where the propaganda can be crafted for the individual. On an individual level, you could have your own propaganda custom tailored to you specifically as an individual. Whereas before it was all kind of a shotgun blast approach where everybody gets hit with the same propaganda. But now it's getting more to where
you get that hint of that in Minority Report when Tom Cruise is on the run in the Spielberg version, and he comes into town and he's walking past all the ads, and the screens are all talking to him personally with targeted advertising, right?
Yeah, like how are you today, Jay? Notice that looking a little pecked there. You could use a fish taco from Rubio's, and
I was watching
and then it sounds like really good to you because that's actually what you're craving,
Right, which is the whole idea with Google and Amazon, using the idea of this marketing that we can send you the book you want before you even know you want it, and that's just going to get more sophisticated to where I was watching some sci-fi show where it was this way. Maybe it was Black Mirror, the BBC sci-fi show, but it's dystopian near future where the woman wakes up and she's, the smart house is basically conversing with her and telling her what all her appointments are, and making all these suggestions based on a little bitty mimic version of her. So she has this little AI version of herself that's in this little module that runs the household.
Wait, what is this?
It's Black Mirror, which is a BBC sci-fi show of the last couple of years that's kind of popular. It's just kind of a dark sci-fi thing, and every one of there's only like 7 episodes, but every one of them is based around technological dystopia. So they all have the theme of tech and kind of pretty dark stuff, but I really like it. So it's There's one that's kind of about fake news. There's one that's about the one I'm talking about. This kind of the idea of people creating little sim versions of their self that are the AI that runs the household, the smart house. All kinds of weird stuff like that, but pretty good Twilight Zone style BBC show. So that's what was happening in this episode, was that the AI was not just tailored to her; it was a little version of her.
Wow.
But I mean, you could see that kind of reasoning. You could see how people would think that, it's appealing to this narcissistic culture. Oh, I wouldn't mind a little bitty robot hologram version of me running my household. So you're basically talking to yourself, as this little hologram, this little Obi-Wan Kenobi version of you. That's
kind of a virtual avatar. Or
exactly. Yes. And so there's another excellent episode that everybody really liked, where the future dystopia is everybody lives in this sort of plastic city type thing, where all you do all day is ride a bicycle and you get points, and the bicycle that you're riding, you're playing these ridiculous Farmville type games.
Okay.
So it was like a Farmville Candy Crush dystopia. and everybody rides these bicycles, and this is, I guess, what powers the city or whatever. And the goal, when you get like 1 million points on the little video games, this is all everybody does all day, is that you try out for a version of American Idol. So when you get 1 million points, you try out for this ridiculous talent show, and then you either get killed or you graduate to the elite class or whatever. And it was a really interesting version of the dystopia. It was like kind of a Candy Crush version of dystopia.
Yeah, it's on British TV, right? It's like it
is.
It's like either British TV. Something funny about it is that either it's like it's the most god awful shit you've ever seen in your life, or it's like really, really good. There's like no in between.
I agree.
Yeah. So, I'd have to check that out.
Yeah, you guys would like Black Mirror for sure. The first one is pretty disturbing. I'll give you a caveat on that one. So that one is pretty gross, but the rest of them are pretty good. Even though the first one's gross, it's in a way it's pretty illustrative for the degeneration of culture. But they all have the tech theme. There's another episode that centers around the idea of having an implant that records everything we see, and the dangers that would result from this. So there's the case of the guy whose wife is cheating on him with his friend, and he's recorded all this, and so he can't forget it because it's sort of locked in his robot camera in his brain. So
yeah, I don't know. I've heard that's the part of the plan is to have everybody brain chipped by a certain time in the future. But as far as that goes, it seemed like there would be quite a bit of conditioning left to do to get everybody on board with the brain chip.
Sure. Which is why they probably, I think they want to. Well, I mean, we're definitely going to go to some sort of wearable version of this module, which is what Regina Dugan, who was at Bilderberg, said this, the last couple of years. She said wearables is the next step. We got to figure out a way to make it economical, trendy, and not cumbersome or weird. So they'll go that route, I think, for a good while before we get to any kind of implantation stage.
Yeah, like with the Apple Watch, it has all those sensors on there that register your heartbeat and your I don't know what all else, but yeah, I thought that was interesting as far as, okay, that's another bit of data they can glean from you that is, of course, on the premise that, oh, well, you know, it's all about fitness and health and all that. And then...
Yeah, right.
Right, and then, but, you know, you think about it, you can get emotional states, you know, by monitoring that, you know, heart rate and all that.
Oh, absolutely.
And how you're responding to certain things, like, you know, TV commercials or propaganda that's put out there. You're wearing your Apple Watch and you got an elevated heart rate or something like that when you see a certain imagery on television, and it's wow, it's
yeah, and I really believe, I'm speculating a little bit here, but I think this does go back to the Schwitzgebel machine. If you read about that, which Dr. Ewan Cameron used that, at least from the public documents, what we understand of MKUltra was that he was experimenting with wearables, electromagnetic manipulation, implants, etc. And one of the ideas that he got was from inmates using these RFID things on their ankle that would transmit the data about their heart rate, actually, their you know, location where they were, and Cameron got the idea that you could probably alter people's belief systems and their psychology in a mind control way through attaching something like that to them and letting them know that they are continually tracked and traced in a panopticism sense, because, as I said, this was originated for prisoners. So that is exactly, I find it to be an ominous parallel with the fact that now the Apple Watch is a Schwitzgebel machine that's going to track your heart rate.
Wow, I never heard of that before, man. That's
look it up, and you'll find plenty of academic papers on the psychological effects of the Schwitzgebel machine for prisoners back in the 60s and 70s. And to me, that's just absolutely too close to the cellular device, you know, to really be happenstance.
I put that in and it's given me Schwitzgebel machine. That's not right.
It's SCHWITZGEBEL, Schwitzgebel machine. And you'll find all kinds of academic papers on it.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow, what a trip, man. Yeah, that's, well, that was what all that was about. I mean, testing this stuff out, and then how it's going to manifest itself out into the public, or its ultimate objective as far as how it's going to be realized is it's hard to predict that. And then but when you see it in actuality, it's like, oh yeah, it's pretty intense how you can see those pretty nefarious experiments that people would look at and say, wow, that's really creepy and kind of scary and dystopian. And then it goes through a process to where, you know, we live in this consumer culture, and like, oh, you don't have to buy it, but hey, ain't it cool, you know? And you can get it in brushed aluminum or stainless steel. And it's all
gold, imitation gold.
Yeah, John, if he was here, he can give his Alex Jones impression on why you need to buy the gold Apple Watch. Gold.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to call a close on this one. This has been a great talk, though. So probably my longest interview yet. So thank you guys.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's good. That was a good one, man. Yeah, I've had some long talks. I've had some longer ones, but this is definitely this is up there with. I really enjoyed it, man. I appreciate you coming on and doing this, dude.
Sure, anytime,
Great.
And maybe next time we can see if we can top it and go longer.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, you wouldn't believe how long some of the calls I've done. Like you think you might be up for like a 24-hour? No, I never did. You know, Marcus Allen did one time.
We do like what was that? Alex Jones used to do the money bombs, and he would go 24 hours.
Yeah. TalkShoe actually, I think, used to let you do up to like 10 hours or something crazy like that.
Oh wow!
Until I think they reined it in a little bit. But it's I guess we can go on and on. So we got to like cut it off at some point. So real good, man. We'll be in touch. So
okay.
And give out where can people find all your articles and all that at jaysanalysis.com, right?
Yeah, jaysanalysis.com, and like I said, we covered my article, Great Banking Game of the BIS. We discussed Horkheimer, Adorno, Habermas, Dialectic of Enlightenment. We discussed a little bit of false flags, so there's some pieces on that. Some of the films. So yeah, just go to Jay's Analysis and take a few hours and mill about there and always check the archives. There are hundreds of articles in the archives. So if you look up top, I've got tabs for film analysis, geopolitics, interviews, philosophy, esoterica, theology, podcast. There's plenty of archives there.
Yeah, that sounds good, man. I really enjoy your writing style. You got a knack for it for sure.
Thank you. And
you get your points across, and you don't beat it to death like some are want to do. You get to the point, you make it clear and succinct, and I recommend it for sure.
Thanks. Yeah, I also try to be a little more creative and maybe a little more interesting. I know that's an overused term, but we kind of get used to the same old stuff in alternative media. It's kind of becomes repetitive and regurgitative, and so I try to throw in all kinds of different stuff. Movies, philosophy, geopolitics, all kinds of different stuff. So I thank you guys for the opportunity and for the discussion.
Oh yeah, it's been really, really good as far as I've talked to you. I've learned so much stuff I've never ran across before, and I've been looking into the stuff a lot. So it's always I always want to learn new stuff, and that's
well. Check out if you're looking for some entertainment. Check out The Americans, as we discussed earlier. It's interesting espionage series, based on a lot of real stuff, and check out Black Mirror for some dystopian sci-fi stuff.
All right, yeah,
all right,
I'll do that. Check that out, man.
All right, okay. You guys have a good evening.
Okay, you too, Jay, man. Take care.
All right, bye.
Okay.